Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Canna Bear, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Todd Twazzle, Jason Hornsby, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unimento, M, Iron26, Endless, Goldie McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Playing Poem, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Dale West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Manuscripts they based it on. I also got that also, right? I got like Textus Receptus, the received text, right? And I also got the bogus critical text too, just to not just to see what changes they make. So if I want to investigate that, I can see, because in that way I can investigate phony baloney doctrines if the need arises. But now I know 100% that the critical text is based as it's just phony baloney, and it's Roman Catholic. And even the people that came up with the critical text, the people that are on it is like Roman Catholic, a Jesuit. It's like people like this. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
Bizarre, eh?
Okay. Good enough. So we can
But
talk later then. Okay. Okay, thanks.
yeah. Who's here? Did Nathan show up? Yeah, Nathan showed up. Nathan, I want to talk to you something about quick.
Huh?
Yeah, yesterday there was some sound issues. Do you have the noise suppression crisp turned on?
I'll have a look.
Because there was some Discord updates, so I might have turned it on by accident.
Hey, Righteous, yesterday, I wanted to put my camera on for a second, and it was telling me that, I guess I'm not allowed in this channel, but I just, obviously it's not important at all, but I just noticed, Just Bill had his camera on and it was working. What's that all about?
I want all that stuff off for Nathan's show. I could probably put it on for you, just for these channels are off, because I don't want there to be distractions for his show, right? But for when Nathan's done in the other rooms, it should be okay. But with you being a mod, I could turn it on because you're a mod.
No, it's, I mean, yeah, I don't need it. I just noticed that, Just Bill had his camera on, and I'm just wondering how's that.
Yeah, that's a slip. I'm gonna have to fix that.
Yep. No, but that's a good idea, actually. You don't want like anybody to be able to put a video camera on while Nathan's having a live show.
Right. But then again, maybe I don't know, because screen share would be handy sometimes. I could create a role for that, for if somebody does want to present something on Nathan's show through their screen share. They could just be tagged with the role and then be able to screen share and present something if needed be, right?
That's a good idea, man.
Something to keep in mind.
More work for you.
Actually, I prefer the way it works currently, which is it's awkward for the person who comes into Discord. If they want to share something and get it on the show, it has to go through a couple of people's hands. That is to say, somebody who's a server mod has to look at the material if they've shared it in chat for the sake of argument. They then have to put it in Master B, by which time it's definitely been assessed. It's gone through at least one person's hands, and then I get to preview it in Skype to see what it is before I present it to the audience. So if there's an ability for a person in the Discord server to just present and I then put their presentation up, there's a good chance that they can take that opportunity to change what they're presenting to something I wouldn't want on. Whereas if it's just a screenshot, or a link to a video or whatever, it has to be vetted. That's the way I've intentionally left it. In the live audience, to the audience, it just sounds like I'm being awkward. No, I haven't got access to the Discord chat, and I'm sure everyone in the audience is thinking, yeah, you have. Well, yeah, I have, but as far as the purposes of the show are concerned, I haven't, and I haven't. It's not on screen. Literally, I haven't. So to get access to it, I'd have to stretch out a window that's been very specifically spaced in a way I want it to be to get access, and I don't want to do that. I want one of the mods to have a look at it. If there is no mod, a tough luck for the person who wants to present something.
All right.
Yeah, like a little extra step, little safety feature.
Yeah, and
But do you ever stream from Discord, Nathan? Because sometimes, let's say in a politics server, and you're talking about a certain topic, and like sometimes we post the memes that follow the conversation. You know what I mean? It would be helpful to kind of share the Discord screen. Did you ever think about that?
No, that's exactly what I'm
Like,
saying. I don't
let's say,
want to
for
do.
example, when you're talking about second law of thermodynamics, right? We're posting definitions and examples of it. You know what I mean?
I do.
well,
It's
let me
in for a
jump in.
penny or not at all, and it's not at all. So there's too many things to monitor to also monitor Discord chat. So it's one of the reasons I give you guys the mods in Discord so much praise, because I can't be dealing with it. I just can't. I've got too much on my plate when I'm running the show. So therefore, no, unfortunately not. I haven't got number one. I haven't got enough screen real estate for it. I haven't got anywhere to put it. The Discord chat, that is.
Yeah, because if you did have screen real estate and you could put it somewhere, I could turn off all images being processed. So if somebody does post an audio image, it won't show up in the Discord chat, and that way people could see both YouTube and Discord chat flying by. But yeah, you
Either
don't got
way,
enough screen real estate. Don't worry about it.
how you decide to cater for the Discord audience, if you want to call them that, is up to you. But in terms of what they get to present to my live show, the answer is nothing.
All right. Well, I'm just letting you know the options. I'm not saying.
Yeah, I've heard them many times, and I'm grateful that you're always offering them, and don't stop. You know, but by the same token, at least now until whenever, as far as I'm concerned, I don't want to present anything from Discord to the audience ever. And if someone's got something that they present in Discord, it's easy enough for someone to grab it up. And if there's no one to grab it up, it's like, I'm sorry, there's no mod. Well, can you go? No, I can't. I'm running a live show.
But I can't really think of the last time we wasn't able to see when somebody made a claim and presented evidence, we wasn't able to see it in Skype.
Or need to. Sometimes it seems really important to the person. It often isn't. No, just give us your argument. Just explain what the information. We'll get to that later. Yes, I'm sure we'll get it to us. But tell us what your argument is. Oh, right, it's an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. We didn't need your diagram after all. You know what I mean?
Worse than that, there was a guy in chat yesterday, Nathan, and he kept screaming about the celestial navigation manuals. It's in the manual. So you're saying 250 years everybody's wrong and you flat earthers are right?
In what manuals? 10th Man spent about $5,000 on various different
No kidding. That's what I
celestial
said.
navigation manuals. And he shared all the relevant. Okay. Yep, shocking. Now total silence.
Well, I heard you talking, so I stopped.
Yeah, 10th Man spent about $5,000 on celestial navigation manuals and then shared the relevant parts in terms of the functionality. They all match, they're all the same. And can you go to page 87 and show us that, oh, by the way, if you want to calculate these flat earth measurements into some belief of being spherical, you can. Here's how it goes. And then they show you the convoluted gaggle screw of nonsense that takes you to that process that is absolutely surplus to requirements when you actually do it.
Yeah, I mentioned that to him. I said, you need to go watch some old shows. 10th Man took us through all the manuals, globe manuals, by the way. But he kept starting with the angle. But where do you get it from? Doesn't want to deal with that. Well, you take your elevation angle, and then he moves right past it.
Yeah, he might.
It's a form of
Go on, John.
It's a form of all or nothing fallacy and an appeal to authority, is what it sounds like to me. Like, because we are not celestial navigation experts in heliocentrism, we can't critique it. And since if we are going to critique it, we have to throw the whole book out. Then they can pick it up.
It's the equivalent.
Right, and that.
It's the equivalent. You
Hold on.
spitting out soup and going, God, this is disgusting. It tastes like dishwasher soap. Ugh, it's horrible. The chef comes over and goes, "Are you a chef?" You go, "No." Then you cannot criticize this food.
Well, he started claiming that none of us been out to sea. And then I didn't know that guy, Daniel Samaniego. He has, I guess he was in military. So he said, I got more hours out on the sea than you could imagine. And then he put some stupid thing together to try and test our knowledge on celestial navigation. It's a joke.
Why?
Did he?
You told me in the beginning of the story you started with elevation angles. So if you're starting with elevation angles, we're ending with them. Right, so you measure a flat Earth, and then... I just want to stop you right there. So we measure a flat Earth, and then I'm out. That's it. Done.
Yeah, that's what we were trying to get across to him, but he just kept going back to, appealing to the authorities and everything else and manuals. I said, yeah, I'm sure snipers have a manual in the military about shooting, and it says to correct to Coriolis, but that's ridiculous.
We should be covering that subject today. Not that I want to, but as I scroll back through Master B, Paul has put a link into testing if you can blow your own sail, and is alluding to the idea that they cover Coriolis in a funny way at a particular timestamp. So I've queued it up ready for the live stream. Unless Brian gets here and does, as he said he would, which is to go through the second part of celestial navigation on a globe as per the actual working version that they present, rather than the way he can best fathom it on a globe. So Brian has suggested that he'll come and do that today, but he may or may not. We'll see. If not, we'll be covering Coriolis. Fun.
I didn't point out any point in time in that entire presentation. Every time angle was mentioned involving lights in the skies, I let all that go.
Me too. I noted it, did I not?
But
I stopped Brian at a point and went, please be grateful for the fact that both John and I have bit our tongues for this entire spiel. He's like, no, I'll get to the flat Earth that you need at the end. And I'm like, fair enough. And he did, to be fair. It's just, he's got a way he wants to do it. He wants to get to, you'll need a flat Earth for everything that I've just explained working. He wants to do it right at the end. And that's fine. That's how Brian wants to do it. He doesn't want us interjecting halfway through going, you'll need a flat Earth for that angle, you'll need a flat Earth for that plane of reference, you'll need a flat Earth for that tangent, you'll need a flat Earth for that subpoint, you'll need a flat Earth for that GP, you'll need that flat Earth for the centre of Earth, blah, blah, blah. He doesn't want that. He just wants to get through how he's showing it to work, and then at the end say, you'll need a plane of reference. At the end. I'm saying, let's do that at the beginning. That's fine.
I agree.
Well, so like with Jaron and the NASA boys, is what they're doing, like, they just at the end of it said, and all that had to be fake because of the second law of thermodynamics. Would there be if people argued about it, right? People going up into space, outer space, but at the end of the argument, no matter what the conclusion was, they've just made the statement that you
I get what you're saying.
I don't. Try that once more, John, because I didn't follow that at all. Hello, Brian.
Okay. Right.
Hey,
so Jaron, right, he's going over how rockets don't work in a vacuum, right? And he's begging the question of a vacuum's existence and area that gas is not filling. And he's arguing with the baller. No matter what the conclusion is between that back and forth, as long as Jaron finishes with the second law of thermodynamics, then everything else before it was forgiven.
Okay, just to fill Brian in terms of how you go through the process of showing, or showed yesterday, past tense, how satellite navigation or GPS works on a globe, to then at the end expose how that is reliant on a flat plane. That's sort of summarizing how it does, in inverted commas, work, but for the dependency of a flat plane, which you illustrate at the end of your example, right, Brian? You with me so far?
Yes.
What John's saying is it reasonable, by comparison, to have Jaron go through the assumption that we have a sky vacuum and how rockets won't work in it, only for him to, at the end, demonstrate how you can't have gas pressure without a container? It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Does that, I'm going to paraphrase what John said, A, render what he did previously void, or B, leave it justifiably mentioned post debunking?
I suppose there's similarities, but I suppose I can't say that I'm not begging the question of their sky vacuum when I'm bringing up their orbital satellites, right? But when it comes to Jaron, like, I'm only doing that to show, in the end, that it's purely a belief, if you know what I mean. Whereas I don't know if it's the same situation for him.
Well, it's not, by what you've just said. So what you're saying is it's not comparable because Jaron isn't leading into how the sky vacuum is violating the second law when he describes rockets not pressing on a sky vacuum. In other words, if he was to link it and say, in order for you to have gas pressure that's pressing on something with gas, like rockets ejecting their gas into a sky vacuum, they need something to resist against it. And that would require the antecedent of containment to have gas pressure in it, to have the rockets push against it. And therefore, because we haven't, we've got a second law of thermodynamics violation. Therefore, the ends justify the means, and therefore it's comparable to what Brian's done in his response, John. But it isn't like that. Jaron doesn't do that. In your example, at least. I don't know if he does. I don't watch him anymore.
Well, I just used him because he's not exactly a well-liked individual within this group. So
is he not?
I don't really like him. I mean, somebody might, and if you do, that's cool with you. You know, I don't like him. But I picked him because if I picked somebody that you may have liked or was more popular or nicer, the conclusion may have been different. So that's why I chose who I did.
I'll say
for that example.
I'll say this about Jaron really quickly. I came to FE through Jaron. So he was a vital person to get me to FE. So there's no way I can say anything negative about him as a result.
But in a way, Jaron is the way, the truth, and the light.
So you won't say nothing bad about him, but you sit next to Nathan every day when he stabbed Nathan in the back. Just because you heard of flat Earth through Jaron, you're okay with that, righteous? What's wrong with you?
I'm just saying credit to where credit is due. Okay. I wouldn't have been here with you guys talking if it wasn't for Jaron.
You call a spade, no matter what he's done for you.
Hang on. No offense to Righteous, but that's a bit of a red herring away from the point.
It is, totally.
Right? Yeah, it is a red herring away from the point. Like I listened to Jaron. Jaron was one of the first people I heard of when I came into it.
Stop talking about Jaron. Right, well, this isn't about Jaron. This is about you.
Not the point.
The point is about you. It's a criticism shrouded in an example. It's saying, right, from the off, you've said, I don't like the way you're doing it, right? Because we're on the front foot saying Earth is measured flat. Let's ignore the phraseology and whether or not I don't want to do that for the 20th time. I think we've done it 19 already. But that aside, it's the main bit of my rhetoric currently is on the front foot, declare that first. Now, I didn't in any way criticise this, to be perfectly honest with you, Brian. I am innocent in this. I just said Brian does it the other way around and concludes with it after showing his example in terms of how it works with sphericity to then show its dependence on a flat Earth. It's a different way of doing it. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. I don't think I even said that. in my mind, it's just pointing something out as opposed to criticising it. There's nothing to criticise. It's just your way of doing it. And John has said, well, actually, no, I think it's comparable to this example, which we've given you. You've justified why it isn't comparable. But it doesn't mean we want to talk about Jaron. We want to talk about you.
Well, in fairness, I'll take John's criticism on board, and I understand it. What I'm doing with the GPS, right, the whole point of what I'm doing, and it's showing, is I'm literally after getting to the point of giving them 2 ways. I only gave them one, but I can give them another one. That I can geometrically make it work for them on their globe within the official paradigm once I use certain things, right? And without those certain things, one of those things is what's known as the subpoint. What is the subpoint of a satellite, right, within the paradigm? What is it? It's a coordinates. Directly in a direct straight line from the center of their globe out to the satellite, where that passes through the surface of the globe, that's a coordinates.
So would it be accurate to describe it as a ground position on a reciprocal zenith? Would that be a correct description?
It is a GP point. In celestial navigation, what that is a GP point.
No, but you're not talking about that. A subpoint. A subpoint is specifically a ground position with reference to the centre of Earth with a radial value. Therefore, it's a
but a GP point within celestial navigation, we try to use it on the globe. When they're trying to translate it to a globe, it's the same. The point is it's the coordinates on the surface of Earth, right? All of them, right, are denying the use of this. They think, right, that the receiver just gets the coordinates of a satellite somewhere at some random point in the sky. And these coordinates, this is what they're telling me, has no connection to the surface of Earth. They're literally saying, no, not the Earth. No, not the Earth. What is the receiver trying to find? Its position on the surface of Earth. And then what does it try to do? Get from A to B using the coordinates on the surface of Earth. Because the coordinates is not up at some random place in the sky. There's no such thing as the coordinates in the sky that has no relation to a point directly below.
So they're denying that coordinate systems in regards to Earth and its navigation are on the ground. So
why are they doing it?
So to elaborate, in the same way at a base level, we get people telling us it's not the ground. What they're telling you is, in this coordinate system with a subpoint in the navigation system on the coordinate system, which is Cartesian and flat, it's not the ground. It's the same response.
Yes. That's only one element of this. That's only one element of it, right? But they're literally saying it's even worse than that. They're literally saying it is the globe, but it's not the globe. They're literally saying it's not the globe. Because they're doing their best to ignore the globe's surface. And why are they doing that? Because where is the XY of the XYZ? If the XY is on their equatorial plane.
In the centre.
Yes. A flat plane. And they don't want to...
That's where I got that guy over a barrel, right? That Aussie guy? Yeah. Sean or something, right? That's exactly. You need a reference plane. Theirs is the equatorial plane. Regardless of descriptions of subpoints on the surface, it's not referencing the surface. What's that with respect to the centre of hell? Yeah, they need that for their subpoint that they want to deny, because that is the line that ties them to the equatorial plane that's actually used. Right, Brian?
Well, yeah. See, this is the problem. As soon as they address the subpoint, they're addressing an XY coordinates. And that means if there's 4 satellites, that's 4 XY coordinates, and the receiver then is going to find its own XY coordinates, right? That's 5 XY coordinates. How can you have 5 XY coordinates that are not on the same plane?
But they are, right? We're just dealing with ground. I know it's not called that, but we are dealing with positions on the ground, just to slightly...
Yeah, but they're denying that. They're denying that. They're saying that the coordinates in the sky that has no relevance to the surface of Earth. Yes, how can you have a coordinates in the sky?
So they're denying the base principle of navigation because we're navigating the ground. That's what this is all for. But they'll deny the base principle of the discussion when they fail. They've done it before in terms of the globe as an overall concept. We'll just deny that Earth is a sphere. That's a straw man. You mean you've lost? In this instance, well, when we are navigating the ground with respect to positions on the ground, coordinates on the ground, because it's not the globe ground, it's not the ground. That's where they are logically. I like it.
Yeah. Well, what they think is that the receiver gets 4 straight line distances to 4 random places in the sky. It doesn't know the azimuth of any of these places. It doesn't know the elevation to any of these places. And these points in the sky have no relevance whatsoever to the surface of their globe, literally, their globe. And not even going into flat at that point, just purely their globe. And the receiver finds its own location on the surface of their globe without referencing their globe or any real-world coordinates whatsoever. Why are they saying that? Because there's 5 XY coordinates involved. One of them is the receiver's. And you can't have 5 XY coordinates that aren't on an XY horizontal plane, right? So they don't want to address it at all. But there's another element. They think that the straight lines that are going at angles to these satellites within their paradigm, that this is trilateration. How could you have trilateration at angles to things in the sky when you're supposed to be finding your position via coordinates on the surface of Earth? Even when I'm trying to use their globe and show them how I can make it work geometrically once they accept 1, 2, or 3. 1, 2, and 3, I can make it work geometrically for them. And even at that, they're all, if you look at my most recent video, they're up in arms, because I'm making them address the surface. And when they're addressing the surface, they have to address the coordinate system. What is the X, Y, Z? The Z is only a height above or below a horizontal plane. The X and Y is a point on that horizontal plane. So they're literally avoiding the surface again, just like with celestial navigation, because they know the surface is flat.
Yeah,
that's about the size of it. Now, I don't know. Maybe John has more critique for me. Maybe he's right. I don't know. But I think what I'm doing is I'm enjoying it. Go on.
I wasn't necessarily critiquing it. I was more trying to give people that want to argue about, because, you know, the NASA thing, I've heard people get upset when you point out that, you know, you need a container to have gas pressure. Why are you arguing about what people are doing in Narnia, right? But there are some things, like, you know, how does the pressurized gas not fill the volume pretty much when you're in the vacuum, you know, that people want to argue about, and they seem to get upset when you want to kind of cut that conversation off. You know what I mean? So I didn't know. And if it's acceptable to have the conversation to destroy the belief and then state the fact, I mean, that seems like a reasonable standard, and I'll stick to it.
Well, I suppose what I'm doing is not really great for debating, for quick debating, because if I'm going to quickly debate it, I'm going to debate about the XY plane, because that's the XYZ. Okay, there isn't an XY plane. That means you're using a horizontal plane. That's the fastest way to debate it, right?
Stop just for a sec, for the audience's benefit. There you go. There. That's Brian aligning with this. I know he's done it very nonchalant, but that is Brian essentially going, yeah, if I want to debate this and cut someone off at the knees with it, I'll just point out that they need a flat plane. Right, Brian?
Yeah, because that is the way. I mean, you can, if they want to bring up satellites, you can go with the second law of thermodynamics. You can go it that way. Either way, you don't have to go through all the minutiae.
However,
you know,
go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, however, what I'm literally showing to them, and this is what they don't like, is that they can keep making their claims, but they've got to now accept them as only being beliefs, not proof for anything. Just a belief based off of another belief. And that's no good to them. They think, like John in 2020, who thought he had a measurement that gave him a radius. Whereas I'm pointing out, you don't have what you need to have. So you can only use this as a belief. You can't use it without me saying that. They can only use it as a belief because I'm showing in the real world, even by the use of their globe, how the official claims concerning it doesn't work. Even if we're on a globe, it wouldn't work the way they're saying it works.
Okay.
That means it doesn't work that way.
You're holding their hand through their belief and walking them backwards. So where yesterday we got a comparison with the theatre and flat Earth debate generally, not you in this example, Brian, but pulling back the physical curtains in the stage, showing all the lighting gantries, showing all the gaffer tape holding it together, and the audience reaction is so stark that they scream at us, tell us to get out and put all the curtains back and quickly try and... In fact, they do a better job of making sure the curtains can't be drawn next time. What you're doing is going, well, just ask King Lear a question. See if he can operate outside the confines of his script. And when he can't, you go, well, let's see if we can actually work our way to the castle. Oh, we can't. We're precluded by the stage door and the confines of the set. Do you see how this isn't real? Do you see how this requires the electricity to come into the studio? Let me show you the power lines. Come here, I'll show you. And you hold their hand and show them around the theatre and slowly show them how it all works to not be real. Which is a very different tact, and I like it.
Yeah, you're showing them how their favourite movie was all made on green screen.
In the nicest way.
Story.
Yeah, in the nicest way, without just drawing the curtain back while they're watching the movie.
Yeah, I mean, I think what was that? I had it in my head a moment ago. I'm a bit sick today, so I'm not thinking straight. I had it in my head a minute ago. The right way to phrase it. It was something like how they can keep their belief as long as they accept it's just a belief. Something like that, because that's what this is grand and you can believe in it, whatever else. But you know what I mean, it all starts with a stage, and do you know what I mean?
It's doing it internally doing it internally to their plot. So it was quite good with the Wizard of Oz actually. So in the way that Toto's pulling back the curtain, it's within the movie, it's within the confines of the movie. In other words, it's part of the movie that happens. Yeah. As opposed to us in the cinema turning all the house lights on. There's a big difference. What you're doing is the equivalent of Toto pulling back the curtain. What we're doing is turning the lights on in the cinema. Everyone goes, we know we're suspending disbelief. Just turn the lights back off.
Yeah, I think that's what we're actually doing, as a group, really. Because, this is what I was going to say. When it comes to this, the only thing they can claim is the XY plane that they're referencing. Eventually, all of the coordinates are all converted, right? Because there's XY planes that aren't. There's XY coordinates that aren't directly connected to the universal transverse Mercator. It's when they convert to the universal transverse Mercator, they're actually converting to latitude and longitude on a globe, right? So all they can do is the only argument they can make concerning that XY plane is that, right? Where'd you get the latitude and longitude grid from? Those flat plane measurements, where are they? They're back in celestial navigation with flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. No matter where they turn, they end up on a flat plane. And that's the thing about it. And so they won't even make that argument with me. I've looked through the comments today. There's no one that I can see even making that argument.
Yeah.
Because they know where it's going.
Very literally walking them backwards to the flat plane requirement rather than us starting with it. Us being separate to you, obviously we're not, but just in the context of this discussion, I say we should start by saying we use a flat plane for all of these measurements and then example Polaris. You say, if we're going to extract out subpoints with respect to tangent planes in all these different geographical positions, you say are in respect to the sky, I say are with respect to the ground. When you translate out a radial value to a subpoint that's starting with the equatorial plane, you've taken them backwards to the equatorial plane, and then you tell them that the equatorial plane in the latitude-longitude system that it's been used with has been initially started with the angle measurement of a flat plane to Polaris. So you've just gone through the whole lot first and ended with them standing on a flat plane to measure the angle to start their process that they were believing in right up until that point.
Well, yeah, because it's even actually slightly worse than that, because the 5 XY coordinates that they need for the subpoints of the satellites and for the receiver's own coordinates, they can't not be on the same plane, which means they are all actually on their equatorial plane, and there is no globe over it. There's a celestial dome. What is a celestial dome? It's perspective. It's perspective. It's a model that shows shows perspective in the orthographic view. The only way they can describe perspective in orthographically. That's what it is. So they end up with no globe. So they can't even address the surface of their globe, or they end up with, because once they do, they end up with no globe. The logical process ends up back with no globe. You know what I mean? And
Can I just add
after
something?
that, if they want to, come on, sorry, George, is it?
Yeah, can I add something here? I think what's being said here is the known world is mapped out with a Cartesian system. That Cartesian system is based on elevation angles, 2 Polaris, that gives you latitude and longitude as well. But anyway, what we're trying to do when we're navigating is to find out where in this Cartesian system we are and where we're going to go. So you're going to find your position on the Cartesian system. And it's the Cartesian system itself that is the measurements of Earth. It's all based on it. So when we find your plot and you find your position on the ground, you refer to that Cartesian system.
Hello, Nathan.
Good morning.
Hey, good afternoon.
Oh, morning. What a chirpy bunch. How lovely. Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
Can't think of anything.
Are they accounting for it in aerospace?
Counting for axial rotation of the Earth-based variety in aerospace. If you've got evidence for axial rotation, I'll listen to it.
No, I'm asking, are they accounting for it? In the world of aerospace.
Are they accounting for Earth rotation in aerospace? I sense a loaded question, so I'm hesitant to answer. Go away, going with this.
No, it's just no. The answer is just no. They're not. There's no loaded. It's just like, are they accounting for it in aerospace, where they would have to account for it? Above all other things in the world, there's nothing outside of, there's not more than aerospace that they'd have to account for the Earth rotating if it was. If the Earth was a rotating sphere, then that would have to be accounted for in aerospace. Is it accounted for? No. Why not? Because there's not a rotating sphere. That's simple.
You would need a radius for that anyway.
Yes.
And an axis, yes. And a flat plane to describe it perpendicular too. Looking about rotational frames of reference, aren't we?
Yes.
So we're going to need a flat plane at some point.
Well, to start to actually mathematically calculate it, you're going to need a wheel.
Yeah, the 15-degree an hour, it's a flat Earth measurement.
Yeah, the degree change of the stars that we observe that is apparent, as opposed to the outrageous claim that it's the ground itself that's turning to cause that effect. Nevertheless, there is a positive claim from the globe believers that there are 2 reference frames and this effect called Coriolis. So to summarise what it is that the globe claims, they suggest that Earth turns underneath as a non-inertial turning reference frame. It turns underneath an inertial reference frame to exhibit effects such as sniper's gunfire drifting after it leaves the barrel of the gun. That is to say, the sniper is claimed to fire the gun, and after the projectile leaves the bullet and therefore leaves the non-inertial turning reference frame claimed to be Earth, from the vantage point of the sniper himself, the bullet will appear to deflect. Now, that deflection isn't actual, the bullet's travelling straight. However, it is asserted that Earth turns underneath the bullet at a rate of 15 degrees an hour, the same causal link that they ascribe to the stars. Ergo, they assert Earth turns underneath stars and bullet, or footballs, depends if you want to use Neil deGrasse Tyson's example, whichever you like. The claim is Earth turns underneath as a non-inertial turning reference frame. We respond, if Earth turns underneath as a non-inertial turning reference frame, then if you remove yourself, like the bullet or the football, from that frame of reference, Earth would turn underneath you, massively reducing flight times when travelling west, because Earth would turn underneath you, and this does not occur. For example, a flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles would only take an hour and a half, because Earth would be turning underneath that flight, something that does not occur. Response from globe believers. We wouldn't notice any effects of Coriolis. There's only one reference frame. So no proof we spin, no deviation, no Coriolis. We wouldn't expect to see anything, is their response. And we go from there, with stupid flat earthers then responding to that rebuttal, which is nonsensical. I laugh at idiots like Simon Dan who tell me my reference frames are ruined when they give us examples that don't have 15 degrees an hour drift in them. When the globe's claiming there's 15 degrees an hour of drift that we're supposed to be observing called Coriolis effect. Laugh at them, don't start arguing with the fact that they then foist upon you the idea that we must have second reference frames turning underneath bullets and flights and footballs and drones and you if you jump up and down. No, we don't observe this effect. That's where their claim fails. That's the end of the argument. Not an excuse for them to tell you why we wouldn't notice the 15 degrees an hour drift they're claiming we should notice. That's an anti-flat earthers rebuttal that you can ignore and laugh at. A la Simon Dan. Quote, you and your reference frames have been ruined, end quote, Simon Dan tweeted at me in debate, something he currently lies about. Anyway, moving on. Any evidence you can have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container to press upon?
No, I can't think of anything either.
Are you saying, Nathan, is there any evidence that gas would not diffuse into an area of zero resistance?
Is there evidence of stuff not diffusing? No, that's not what I'm asking, because that would be me asking for an example that violates the second law of thermodynamics. Now, I can point that out when a globe believer tells me that they believe the sky is a vacuum and the Earth has high-pressure gas. Then I'll point out that that belief is a second law of thermodynamics violation, because it has no containment around the high-pressure gas, and therefore it would disperse into the sky vacuum they believe in, debunking their notion and their belief that they have a sky vacuum above them. They don't.
Well, I know for definite that gas at pressure will most definitely diffuse into an available volume of zero resistance.
Yes, it's a law of nature.
Yes.
So, yeah, as per the second law of thermodynamics, all of you that believe we've been to the moon or been out into sky vacuums or we've got satellites in the sky vacuum, you refer to it colloquially as space. Outer space is fake. There is no sky vacuum to be in orbit in. Orbit also requires measurement of a flat plane to come up with that calculation to infer, through Keplerian motion, that we have a sphere to stand on and a sky vacuum for things to fall around us in, after measuring Earth flat with the angles to the stars. So Earth, by way of measurement, defies this notion in calculation that's been used to better understand motions, not describe the ground we're standing on. That reification has taken place over many years, if I get my words out. And now we're in a position where the majority of the Western world actually believe they're standing on a surface that's described in that model after measuring Earth flat to come to it. Absurd as that may seem, that also involves the idea of us rotating as a non-inertial turning reference frame with a sky vacuum above our head with orbital motion and the stars moving at a rate as a consequence of us turning beneath them. The effect that we were supposed to be observing but have a anti-flat earth apologetics for why we don't see it is a 15 degrees an hour deviation, which simply is not observed. Now, Brian has actually covered the second part of what he covered yesterday in the pre-show. So he's gone through some of it, but not the full presentation in terms of the actual rhetoric. Now, we've got a choice, so I'm going to give the audience the decision. I'm not going to post it as a survey. I'm just going to ask you, if you're in the live chat right now, to give me a number one. There's only 50 of you, as we've not long been going. Quarter of an hour. Please share the show, by the way. Smash that share button. But just let us know. You have got the presentation ready to go on this, haven't you, Brian? Before I start asking people if they want it, and then they say they do, and you can't actually do it.
Are you talking about how GPS, what I claim that GPS is actually doing?
Yes.
That presentation? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so well, we've also got a video which I'd put my bias out straight away. I'd much rather cover what Brian's got to say, because the other alternative is to cover a video shared by Bible U or Paula, which is on Coriolis effect, my least of all favourite subjects that we cover. Though there is a shortish section of one video we can cover if you decide to cover that. So number one, if you want to cover Brian, and the second part of how GPS functions in reality, what it's actually doing. Or number two, if you want us to extend the housekeeping session about sky vacuums and Coriolis effects, that's non-inertial turning reference frames and inertial turning reference frames, 15 degrees an hour, the claim that we should have drift, footballs and bullets, and aeroplanes and drones and hot air balloons. So number two, if you want to cover that. Number one, if you want to cover Brian. We'll get an idea in a couple of minutes' time from the audience who wants us to cover what. I'm good either way from a point of view. If the audience do decide to go with the Coriolis video, we will cover that. And I'll just tell Brian, get lost, because the audience has spoken. But I'd actually personally prefer to cover
Everybody just vote one. That's it.
Don't give your bias. You can put your vote in too, Neil. Only I can put my bias across. Anyway, yeah, we'll get some reactions in a minute. In the meantime, we'll ask one more housekeeping question. Any scientific evidence of gravity?
What's that?
Gravity. What's that?
Well, it depends. I mean, if you're talking about specific gravity, yeah, I can prove that through a scientific method. But that's not connected to the other gravities that they claim.
Wait, but can we ask the Glober in the chat about the gravity?
Yeah, but hold on a second. But how can it depend? It cannot be multiple things, can it? It can only be one thing.
No, it has got multiple definitions. I know by definition that is an equivocation if you're trying to use it in the same subject matter with both contexts or multiple contexts for the same word that you're using in one argument. But matter of fact, and that's true with many words, there's many different definitions and meanings for the word gravity. And as much as I'm going to appeal to Neil not to get triggered when I explain this, one of those is specific gravity. Easily validatable through cause and effect reasoning, that's a hypothesis, constructed with a null, and then validated by experiment. It's been done by Anthony Riley. It's been done by many, many people. It just didn't have a formal hypothesis constructed alongside it until Anthony Riley did. But that's
so
specific gravity
is holding people to a ball?
No, I was just about to say that.
No, that's not gravity.
Well, no, that's what most people think of with gravity, is how they're able to live on a rotating sphere in a sky vacuum.
Yes.
Gravity.
Yeah, well, if I was
to,
okay, well, by another different comparison, if I was to say quantum gravity, which has got sod all to do with quantum mechanics, but nevertheless, it's still a different type of gravity, quantum gravity. Yeah?
Right, but that would be dealing with how you live on a spinning ball in a vacuum. That would deal with that, right?
Okay, I think I see where you're going. What you're saying is, with the exception of specific gravity, all other gravities have a connection to the suspension of disbelief with regards to standing on a spinning water ball flying through a vacuum, right? The only one that doesn't have a connection is specific gravity.
Right. Yeah, it's the only one that's not asserting that it's what allows you to live on a globe.
Nathan, so maybe the Glober
every time you say specific gravity, you're falling for it. Sorry.
Mush is trying to appeal to a Glober who might have something to say on the matter. Go ahead, Mush.
There's a Glober in a VC, man, who's very active in text chat. Maybe he will pipe up and tell us about the gravity. Matt Spiracy, would you like to say something? Would you like to add something about gravity? Or you just like to text? Guess he doesn't feel like talking. He's texting. All right.
Math Spiracy.
Then why is he in voice chat?
Yeah, I was just about to ask that question. You don't need to chat troll. You've got a mic. Math Spiracy.
He said he can't talk, but he can text.
Why are you in the voice chat? Why are we asking him? He's not going to respond on mic. I get it. Why people
Sorry for interrupting, guys.
I don't think it's. I don't think it's productive to even expect. Like if one of the bowlers wants to speak up, they will. Do that kind of way. I don't think it's productive to try and get them to speak up. They're not going to do it. They don't want to do it. They just want to be in the text chat, maybe troll a bit through text, or be in the live chat, troll a bit through text. You know, the voice chat. Sorry, troll a bit through text and get that little bit of attention. A lot of these people are attention seekers. This is what and they've used the globe heliocentric rhetoric as their vessel to get that attention. And so giving them attention like that is giving them what they want. That's my opinion. That's what it is.
Go on, fresh grown flowers. Go on. Okie dokie then. Right, the audience has spoken. They definitely want Brian.
Okay, I'll share my screen then, and we'll get into it.
You share your screen?
I sure will. 1 second.
Share your screen. That's rumpus, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. So you should be able to see my screen now at this time, yes?
Yeah, we do. It looks good.
Okay. Please excuse me on my cough a bit. I'm sick today. Sick the past couple of days. So.
What did you just say? Excuse my gruff voice. I've just smoked 6 packs in the last couple of days. Is that what you just said?
No, I'm sick the last couple of days.
Oh, sick.
Sick. Yeah, I have my nose is blocked. I have a sore throat, all that kind of stuff. So I'm likely to cough up rubbish out of my lungs. So I'm just saying that if anyone doesn't understand something I said, just say it. Just like what you did there, Nathan. Just say it. Because I might have to clarify some things. Because there's already, not only do I have an accent that people find hard to understand, I also am sick on top of that. So I'm just going to close the door here out a bit because my neighbour's dog is barking. Okay, so this is how I maintain that GPS is actually working. Because even though I can make it work using elevation, let's say the horizontal coordinate system, using angles and azimuth, I can make it work that way over a flat plane, right? Easy. But I think it's actually a bit smarter than that, and they're using a bit more than that. Now, I could be wrong, right? They could be just using that, the other way I spoke about with the horizontal coordinate system. They could just be using that, and this might be something they never even thought of. I don't know, but this is how I maintain that they're actually doing it. Here in the center, we have the receiver, right? I'm just going to color that. I color that red. Is that okay? Can you see that? Once everyone can see it. Okay. And the receiver receives signals from, I have one signal source, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5 signal sources, right? I maintain, because their official claim is that we have satellites, right, that orbit a globe. And we know that's a load of rubbish, right? But that's their claim. But I maintain that the receiver is receiving information from any source that is helpful to it, right? What I mean by that is, let's just say signal source 2 is an airplane. Now, airplanes have GPS receivers on their roof and on their bases, right? Now, the one on their base is for differential GPS, if I remember correctly, because what we would get with our phones is what's known as assisted GPS. An assisted GPS is like it's coming. They claim it's coming secondhand from cell towers and stuff like that. So on your phone, you have GPS, but it's coming from a cell tower. Basically, right? That's what they're claiming, right? But it comes from a satellite to a cell tower or whatever ground-based situation to your phone. Now, the same thing is going on with airplanes, where they're claiming airplanes get GPS information from the ground, right, to the airplane, right? But this information has come first from a satellite. So it all starts off with begging the question that we have satellites in orbit around the globe in a heliocentric sky vacuum, right? But we can ignore that because we know that's wrong and false. It can't be, right? We know we've debunked all that. So if signal source 2 here, I'll zoom in a bit, if that is an airplane, right, and here's the receiver, from a cold start, the receiver just turns on and needs to find its location. If this is an airplane and the receiver can receive information from the airplane, it can receive it can detect the azimuth, right, in relation to itself of the airplane, right, and it can get the coordinates that the airplane is directly above, which would be the airplane's coordinates, but their coordinates is going to be on the ground because they're flying a ground track, right? So the coordinates at this exact point, right, the receiver gets that at an exact time. So the receiver knows, let's just say it's 4:10 in the day, you've turned on your receiver, you don't know, the receiver doesn't know where it is, you're in Texas, and you turn on the receiver and it gets information from a flight that's after leaving Dallas an hour ago, and it gets information of where that plane is at 4:10 in the afternoon, and the exact coordinates of that plane at 4:10 in the afternoon. And because it has all GPS receivers have compasses within them. Now they use what's known as a microsensor or a MEMS compass. A microsensor where it uses the magnetic field, but it's not affected by things like a magnetic compass is, right? So it gets the azimuth of this, which would be, let's say we have north up here, right? Let's go out a little bit, move it up slightly, right? South down here, we have east over here and west over here. So the receiver knows it's after getting a signal from a source, which is an airplane, right, at a particular time, and the coordinates, a ground coordinates of that source, right, no matter what it is, but it's an airplane for this example, and it's after getting an azimuth around from north to that airplane. So it knows then that somewhere to its northeast, right, which would be probably about, I don't know, 45 degrees, let's just say 47 degrees azimuth, right? It knows that there is a coordinate there and it's not getting a signal from there. So it doesn't know how far away it is from this signal source too. It doesn't know this, not yet. So what it does is it makes a ghost line directly the opposite direction. So if this is, let's say this is northeast, right, at 47 degrees or whatever, then it makes a ghost line, right, southwest, right, at a mirroring, let's say a mirroring line of that line there. So it then knows it's on this line somewhere, but it doesn't know where it is on this line. And it knows, because it's out there in the coordinates, it knows that coordinates is an hour away from Dallas, but it doesn't know where it is on that line, so it doesn't even know if it's in Texas, right? Then it gets another signal, picks up another signal, let's say signal source 1, and that's from a ground station. And that ground station has the coordinates, right? And it picks it up at a particular time, and it finds out that that ground station is exactly north of the receiver. So now it has a signal from an airplane, an hour outside Dallas at 4:10, and it's northeast of the receiver, and it has a signal from a ground station directly north of it. So what it does is it creates a second ghost line that cuts straight through the first line. So now it has two intersecting lines. So, and what it does is then it knows, right, via where that intersects, it starts to know, based off the coordinates of here, which is directly below the airplane, and this ground station, it starts to figure out where it is because it knows the straight line distance between these two places, because it has mapping within it, or access to mapping, right? All of the surveying OS mapping across the world, that's all available to GPS. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. Without mapping, it can't do anything. But the Globers actually, our opposition actually deny that it has mapping. It's unbelievable how you could have a coordinates that's not on the surface of Earth, and how the receiver couldn't have a use of a map. It makes no sense. But that's what we're dealing with. But either way, it knows that signal source 1 and signal source 2 are a particular straight line distance apart, right? And based off of the angle to signal source 1 and between signal source 1 and signal source 2 and signal source 1, it then has an angle and it can create a triangle, right? So I'm just going to get a segment here. So it can then create a triangle here, right? So now it has a triangle to work with, right? And it can start working out where it is. It then has a second triangle because it can connect up the two ghost points, right? After that. So it has now two triangles that it can start working out where it is, right, in relation to these 2 points, right? It then gets a third signal, right? 1 second, sorry about that. It then gets a third signal, right? And this is the thing. I maintain, right, that it's very likely, right, that GPS is using the celestial navigation ephemeris. And it has that ephemeris and an update of that all the time within it. So I maintain that it also could be using that. So if it starts figuring out somewhat where it actually is, it can start using the celestial ephemeris. So let's say this is not a signal source, number 4 here. Let's say that's not a signal source. Let's say that's a GP point of a celestial body, right? That's somewhere over Texas, Louisiana area, right? It can then use that in a straight line fashion and make a ghost line the opposite way, right? And because it's starting to figure out where it is based off of these other places, it can now start using the likes of a GP point of a celestial body and determine that it's probably about this distance, right, in the opposite direction away from the receiver. It can then use another triangle by making an angle between this point here, which is the ghost point of the GP, to the ground station, and then make another one from here to there, making a right angle triangle, right, where it starts to have some idea of the distance between it and this point, which is along the line to the ground station, but it's not all the way through the ground station. But because it can then make a right angle triangle where it predicts the ghost point of the celestial navigation point is, it then has 1, 2, 3 triangles to work with, and can start bringing in other sources then. So let's say this is a ship, right, off the coast of Texas. Here, signal source 3, and it's getting this signal from its southeast, almost exactly southeast, or let's say 37 degrees, or sorry, it wouldn't be 37 degrees, but it has its azimuth over to here, and it's almost exactly southeast. It can then make a ghost line the opposite direction, and it knows that this ship here, its position in relation, what could be off of Galveston or somewhere like that in Texas, its position in relation to the signal source or the coordinates of and timing of the airplane makes that there's that direct straight line distance between the 2 points. It can then do the same with the ground station. So now it's using a load of triangles. It can also use circles, but using a load of triangles to determine exactly where it is based off of all these coordinates, and it's starting to place itself at the center of all this. So it starts to know, oh, okay, I'm in Texas. Where exactly am I in Texas? Right? And it has then this other one, or sorry, it can bring in a fifth one if it needs to, like a fifth signal source. And it knows that is, let's say, almost southwest. And it can make another triangle between this point. It won't need to make even a ghost line for that one. Just this point and this ghost point here. It has another triangle. So, and once it starts doing that, it can start making another one with this. So it starts making triangles around itself, placing itself in the center, determining exactly how far away it is from these points. And that's how it finds its location. And because I know that GPS receivers use the horizontal coordinate system. They use angles to what's named to be satellites, but they use angles, right? And they have a mask angle, a point that's about 10 degrees or so. They don't deal with below. But just like with celestial navigation, they don't want to be dealing with anything below a certain angle because they're dealing with horizontal situations there where there's going to be horizontal situations where there's going to be a higher density of air. But once it doesn't matter if the airplane is 35,000 feet high. What matters is that it gets the coordinates that direction, that plane is flying over at that exact 4:10 in the afternoon on that exact date, and that's what it needs, because then it can use 2 dimensions to start figuring out exactly where it is, and that's, in my opinion, exactly how GPS works, because it knows, the receiver knows the angles to. It doesn't need the angles. I don't think it really needs the angles. What it actually only needs is the timing that the signal is detected, the timing, and the coordinates of that signal on the ground, and it just treats the Earth as a pure flat plane, and it uses azimuths, and then connects up via either circles or, like, because you can also connect up, if I just go circles, it can connect up. Sorry, I did that wrong side. So it can make a circle from this signal source 3 to itself, and the same with this signal source 1 to itself, and the same from signal source 5 to itself. And just like in celestial navigation, it has intersecting circles. So it can use angles, triangles, and circles. And that's how it's doing it. And that's why if you look into GPS, it deals with 2-dimensional coordinates. The Z, the X and Y, is what it deals with, or latitude and longitude. The Z, which is the elevation, that comes afterwards. If it has the access to OS mapping, then it can tell you, once it has the X and Y, it can tell you what your Z is, your elevation. Or it can tell you what your elevation is once it has your latitude and longitude. Because it knows, because of surveying of that part of the world, it knows that that particular point that it's at in Texas is, let's just say, is 550 feet above mean sea level at Galveston or whatever. And that's how it does it. It's purely 2-dimensional, and it's not as complicated as they make it out to be. But this is, if it does this, then it'll be so easy to give the public the impression it's doing something completely different, involving orbital satellites and all the rest of it, when none of that is necessary. Even if we were on a globe, none of that would be necessary. You could literally treat the globe as a flat plane and do the same thing, and then convert it back if you wanted. But the point is that GPS in no way proves a globe. It uses a flat plane, and this is my prediction on how it actually works, using circles and triangles via azimuths. Any questions? That's kind of it, really.
Cool.
Cool.
One
last thing.
There was a question. But...
It's using ground stations, ships, airplanes, high altitude balloons, and celestial navigation ephemeris. Go on, Nathan. Sorry.
Well, I was going to ask. I was itching to while you were doing the presentation, but it would have ruined the flow of it. But where's the objection? So where are they saying? Oh, I don't mean elevation angles or any of that. I mean, at what point are they objecting as you go through this process? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm asking?
Well, they don't have any specific objection, just that I'm totally wrong and I'm an idiot.
I've read your comments. I still haven't watched the video. I've read the comments. Brian doesn't understand how GPS works. This demonstrates how Brian doesn't understand. I've read all that. But there must be some specific objections to some stage that your description... You said earlier that they don't like the fact that you're referencing subpoints. So is that the only specific objection that you've actually had given to you so far?
Well, yeah, if I take signal source 2, let's just say it doesn't matter. They can claim whatever they want. If I take any of these 5 signal sources and I call them a satellite and I say I give them a subpoint directly below them, it's the same thing as what I'm doing here. I don't care what they want to claim about it, right? The point I'm making is that they don't want to. They are denying that the coordinates directly, even on their globe now, that the coordinates directly in a straight line below that satellite, that point on their globe, that coordinates is being used. They think that there's a XYZ coordinates of the satellite. I don't know what the X, like there's I don't know where they're getting an XY out of without using the surface of Earth, whether they want to believe it's a globe or whatever. But they're denying the surface of Earth completely when it comes to celestial navigation. And when it came to me showing this, it was just a total hand wave, complete hand wave, except for there's one of them who talked with me briefly on QE Live one night, a man called Eric Erplinger, and he knows a bit about GPS, and he wasn't totally against what I was showing. He was open to a conversation about it even. He's the only he asked me, he kind of asked me one kind of pertinent question. I can't remember what the question is now. I'm not just making that up. I can't. But he asked me some kind of a pertinent question. The only thing that they've said is, what about magnetic declination? Not understanding how the microsensor compass, how it works. It uses the magnetic field, so the declination is not going to matter. And as well as that, it's dealing with the receiver finding its location from a stationary position. So it's not finding its location as it's moving. It finds its location from a stationary position, and then it tracks its coordinates via where it's going. But this is all based around how a receiver would find its own coordinates on the Earth from a cold start. You turn it off in Holland, and a week later you turn it on in Texas. It doesn't know where it is. All it knows is it's been turned on and it's getting information in. And how would it find its location from there? And that's the direction I've taken it from. They don't really have any. As I said, it's only magnetic declination. Some of them have tried to use. But the problem with that is the GPS receivers would have to have that overcome for their own globe claims. Because how is the GPS receiver going to know where the signal in the sky is coming from if it can't use an azimuth? How is it going to know where that signal is coming from? If a receiver is receiving 4 random signals from 4 random points in the sky, and it doesn't use angles to these points, and it doesn't use the azimuth of these points, then how can it find its own location on the surface of Earth, even if it was a globe? It can't. It can't be known. It's an impossibility. They think just the receiver gaining a distance to 4 random points in the sky is all the receiver needs, and it doesn't need anything after that to know where it is. Well, that means nothing, because those 4 points in the sky, even if we're talking about satellites around the globe, those 4 points in the sky are 4 random points in the sky. The receiver doesn't know the azimuth of them, doesn't know anything, doesn't know any coordinates below them on the surface of their globe. They just think the receiver basically what they think is magic happens. That's the only way to describe it. That's the only way to describe it. They think magic is happening. So to answer the question, they haven't really given me any actual real pertinent questions. No, I'll be honest.
All right, quick shout out to Ted. He says, telling Neil shush is funny. Thank you for the super chat. Saying shush to Neil is funny, he says. I don't really follow, but thank you for the super chat anyway. Yeah, good stuff. You said already that you were pretty much done and you've added a bit extra.
Well, let me just go through the final points here, right?
Okay.
Because actually, the truth is, I actually forget sometimes when I first formulated this, I forget sometimes that little things connected to it, right? Just to give a little bit more information on it, right? So, ignore the orange lines for a moment, those four serrated orange lines, right? If we just work off of these signal sources, right? Now, I have 5 signal sources, but only 4 serrated orange lines, but don't worry about that. If it finds out, if the receiver can get a signal source and a coordinate of this one, and then another one of this one, and it knows the angle between those 2 points, and it can then connect up with a third line like this, creating an angle, then that means if this distance between signal source 1 and 2, let's say that's 500 miles, then using trigonometry, you could figure out using trigonometry, you can then figure out what the length of these 2 are. And it can then do the same thing with the ghost points here and here. And that gives us, and the more signals it uses, the more accuracy it gets. So it might find out it's within, let's say, 50 miles of a point. And the more signals it gets, and the more triangles it makes, or more, you could even use circles. Let's just say if I just get a circle, you could even say intersecting circles. Right, there's 1, there's 2. You could start using that, but it still would have to use trigonometry, I reckon. But the point is that once it starts that process, starts, it instantly starts knowing where it is. I would say within 50 miles. And then the more signals it gets and the more triangles it makes, and then it can start using circles, intersecting points. And especially if it's using the celestial ephemeris, because if you take it like this, if signal 2 is from an airplane and it gets the coordinates, it can then go, right, it uses a GP point, signal source 3 as a GP point of a celestial body, right? And it uses a signal from a boat here in signal source 4. And it can start connecting up these, and that's start giving us lengths of the triangles to its own position. And it's just trigonometry, two-dimensional trigonometry and intersecting circles. And that's what it is, using azimuth. Mainly, it can use angles, but I don't think it needs angles to, what I mean is that it needs to use angles to know what not to use, which is below 10 degrees, but it doesn't need to use a triangle to the airplane. It can figure out, it can use that too, though. Let's just say this airplane is 35,000 feet and it has an angle of 27 degrees to it or something like that. It can then use that angle because it knows directly below that at the airplane sub point. It then knows, I'll just show, if you just give me a second. If it goes, let's just say this is the receiver, and this is the sub point of the plane. This is the plane, and this is the angle it has to it. It knows the azimuth, right, the point for this point of L, right? And it also has an angle to this plane. It can then also use the fact that it has this angle. It has this angle because it knows that's going to be 90 degrees. And then it has a height to the plane, so it knows that's 39,000 feet, and that's 27 degrees of an angle. It has this angle, 27 and 90. It can figure out the last angle and the length of these two sides. So if you think about the amount of calculations that a GPS receiver can do in the space of 2 minutes, because from a cold start, it takes from 30 seconds to 2 minutes for it to, they say, for a receiver to find its location. So within 2 minutes, it could easily work out all those triangles. I mean, a mathematician within 2 minutes could work out those. Adam could work out those triangles within 2 minutes and figure out. So why would a receiver not be able to do it? Why would they be using any other system? It makes no sense to me. So that's my claim, that they're using azimuth, and they can use this where they're using elevations as well. They can use that if they feel, I would say they use everything, right? But mainly it's azimuth, and they're using triangles and intersecting circles. They're using airplanes, ships, high-altitude balloons, the celestial ephemeris, ground stations. I would say it wouldn't be beyond them to use someone's mobile phone. You know what I mean? Like, use every piece of info. All it needs is information. We're told that it needs to have. We're told it needs certain signals and it needs this and that. It just needs information. It needs the coordinates and a time and an azimuth. That's really all it needs, and it finds its location. And if they're not using this system, they should be. It's that simple, because this is a much better system. Anyway, that's the end of that. I won't take up any more time on the show.
Very good. Anybody got any comments on it?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The same way he was able to draw and simplify this thing on the graph there. That same graph is a coordinate system in order for you to do this maths on the paper. Same thing. Over the land, you have a coordinate system that all of these GPS systems are going to pinpoint a position on the ground. So the grid system is the most important thing here. It's a horizontal plane of reference with zero elevation.
Exactly, George. This here is actually an XY grid. That's actually what it is. Because I can change the type of grid to a different type of grid. I can use a polar grid, which would be like a latitude and longitude, right? Or I can use a different other show grid. I can use isometric, right? An isometric grid, which is triangles. Right. But the XY grid is the one that you're going to be used. And each one of these little, if I zoom in, each one of these squares will become 4 other squares. And 4 of these squares become a square. And all of these edges and sides and corners all must meet exactly two-dimensionally for this system to work. And that's why I think the ballers don't want to deal with subpoints, because it means they have to admit that they're using a flat plane when they deal with subpoints. Because it can't work, or an XY grid can't work on the surface of a globe. It just can't.
And it cannot work on the center of a sphere either, because it deals with elevation from the surface.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can use a flat plane at the center of a globe, Earth, but it won't be big enough. You'll have to use it at vernal equinox and extend that flat plane out into the celestial plane. You have to go down into craziness. You have to go into craziness to try and hide the fact that you're just using a flat plane. That's what they're doing, basically. I'm not saying they're using the equatorial plane at equinox. I'm just saying if they want to use it, they have to actually make it bigger, because it's not big enough, their equatorial plane.
So wait a second, Brian. So what you're saying is all these years we're hearing Earth's so biggie, but it's not big enough to go to the center of the Earth? You would have to extend it?
No, the equatorial plane isn't big enough. When you're deriving a minimum elevation angle and calling that the equator, and then slicing off the top of the hemisphere you call a sphere, you're just left with a little circle, an area of equal elevation, minimum elevation to Polaris. But that's not what they're using. They need an extended plane. So they're going to take it, as Brian describes it, the vernal equinox, and then just extend what was the value that's used to give you a circle of equal elevation for Polaris's minimum, and extend that plane out at infinitum. It's expansive. In other words, it doesn't stop at the radial value, because that's where you get your minimum to Polaris. It's an infinitely expanding plane for the purposes of this Cartesian system that it's going to be representing. It's just an extended plane. Now, that's not to say that we have got an extended flat Earth that goes on forever. It's just saying in this way of describing it on a coordinate system, it's an extended plane, because the R value doesn't give you a big enough plane. Obviously, it's just one area, and there's more than that, isn't there?
Well, if you look at this triangle here, right, this elevation angle here, this point here, the M, I'll make it a bit bigger, this is actually the surface of their globe, because that's what they're doing. They're creating an angle from their equatorial plane out through the surface of the globe, and then they're continuing it on to, they're claiming to continue it on to a satellite or whatever nonsense, right? But really, this point here, that is what the satellite is, if you understand what I mean. What I mean is that if this is, sorry, I keep doing that. If that point here, this blue M, if that, they want you to believe that this is what you're referencing, something out orbiting a globe. Well, what's actually been referenced is this. This could be a high altitude balloon, right, giving a microwave signal to a receiver as well as all this, because I'm not denying that they could be using the two-way speed light calculation, because they use it in laser range finding, right? That can be a high altitude balloon, has an angle to it, it gains a distance along this red line. It won't be exactly perfect, but it will be somewhat approximate based off of that calculation. It has two angles. It will also be given the altitude of the balloon from the balloon. Then it has two side lengths, right? Two angles. All it needs is the total length here, and it has a distance to that point once it has the azimuth to this point here. So I just can't see. Like, I looked into GPS and how they claimed it worked. And it did me best on a globe to make it work. The best I can do on a globe to make it work is to start with a flat Earth and then extrapolate out the globe after that. That's the only way you can do it. And that seems to be a lot of hassle for nothing. When you don't need all that, you just use the XY flat plane that you're using, that you're standing on. You don't need all that nonsense. This is far more simplistic, and you're using everything. You're not limited to just.
This is a familiar tale. So a bit like when 10th Man gets to page 87 in the Celestial Navigation books, and he's described measuring elevation angles, getting sort of sub-points in that instance, it's ground positions, but same difference, the point on the ground below whatever it is you're claiming, because you need the coordinate on the ground to make your calculations on there, because that's where you're navigating. But in that respect, with celestial navigation, you get to about page 87 when they've described everything really clear and concise, and you've understood that you're extrapolating out from your measurements of a flat plane to circles that you can have intersecting. Great. Then they say you can also transpose this onto a spherical surface from hell, with the angles running parallel from a plane and your sensible horizon into hell when you do the transposition. And then you can put those points that are, with respect to the angles, plotted out onto the sphere surface. You're like, why am I doing this again? This isn't helping. This isn't even needed. You don't have to do any of this. It's just a way of incorporating a globe belief into a flat Earth measurement. And this is the same for Brian with subpoints.
Exactly the same thing. They're overcomplicating it for absolutely no reason. No reason whatsoever. Why would you do that? Even if you're... This is the thing. If this is a satellite here, let's say, right? I extend it out a little bit to there, right? And this is a receiver here on the surface of the globe, right? Then it's going to get, within their paradigm, this distance off the satellite, right? But how, this is the subpoint, the coordinates on the ground. How does the coordinates that you can't have, because there's no such thing as a sky coordinates, coordinates on the surface of Earth, there's no sky coordinates that don't adhere to the surface. They think that this one here, sorry, let's get rid of that. They think that this zero here, that the distance between that and this is all 4 times, is all that the receiver needs. It's like, that doesn't, and it doesn't need this point here. It's like, none of that, this is impossible. Even on a globe, what they're claiming is completely impossible. And as I said, on a globe, the only way to make this work is to start with this flat plane at the center, treat the angle to the point here as if it's just intersecting the surface of your globe, and then work out after that, right, via this length and this constant here, because this red line will be a constant because it'll be the radius, and this line here will be a constant because it'll be a constant distance between the surface of the globe and the satellite. So then it has 2 constants to work with, and it has a length of this. You can work it out, but you can't do any of it without this angle from the center. None of that is happening without an angle off this flat plane. Why do any of that when you can just do this? It just doesn't make any sense to me. So I don't know what magic the answers the ballers are expecting, but I've heard nothing from them whatsoever in any way that's a rebuttal. They just think magic happens. There's no other way, without even trying to attack them, there's no other way to describe it. They think magic is happening, and when magic happens, if the receiver finds its location. That's literally it. There's no other way to describe it other than magic. That's literally that they have to believe magic is happening for the receiver to do what they think it does. I don't know.
What don't you know?
I don't know. I don't know what to say about them. Like they're kind of. I'm scratching my head like as to why they won't just accept that what they're claiming, what's the official stance on and what they're claiming, it's just not workable. It's like someone telling you an engine works like this. How your car drives is this, and you go through. You take in everything they're telling you about how the car engine works. Then you go and look into it, and it's just impossible for it to work that way. And you have to figure out how it actually works. And then you point out that, no, the engine works like this. Well, how they say it works can't work because of this, and this. And everyone tells you, go away, you don't know anything. Put their fingers in their ears. I don't know why people don't want truth and information. I don't know. Even if I was wrong about this, right? See this here. Even if I was wrong about this, which I'm not, right? As in, this is totally workable. The point is, even if I was wrong, that still won't make what they think is happening within their paradigm with their globe and GPS. That still won't make that work on their globe. Even if we were on a globe, how they say GPS works officially, it couldn't work. Just can't be done. You can't. The receiver will not find its location. It's not possible. I don't know. I don't know how to. I don't know what way to categorize this. You know what I mean? Like when you show people that something is impossible, and they just won't accept it.
Well, you were quite cool up until this point. You're getting a bit exasperated because you're trying to divine the lack of inspiration for truth from our opponents when you put this to them, and in many instances, it's not just a lack of inspiration for truth; it's a downright, condemning of what they require to have their belief in this particular example, and that can kind of be confusing to you. But don't overthink it, is my advice, because we deal with a lot of crazy, nutty people with a nutty belief that we used to also.
Yeah, but it is befuddling.
It's like trying to
I understand where Brian's coming from.
Yeah, but it's like trying to assess what a Scientologist is feeling and thinking and their motivation behind nonsense when you're on the outside now. It's hard to do. You can't really. You just have to show them what's what, and you can't do anything else other than that. You can't explain why they deal with what you put to them the way they deal with it. You're never going to get anywhere in that regard. But up until this point, it's been really good. You know what I mean? Thank you, by the way, Brian. It's been really good couple of days in this regard. I certainly feel a bit more enlightened.
Yeah, you're right though, Nathan, because I've even found that recently in my videos that I've started calling them idiots and bozos and boneheads, because it's like the frustration that needs to come out of me. You know what I mean? And it's to the point where they're actually even joking with me about it. They're even making jokes with me about it because I've been doing it so much lately. Because I just can't fathom how a whole group of people cannot just understand basic logic. Because I'm coming at it from a point of view of what's true, whereas they have this, they're coming back at it from a point of view of it's purely of a belief that gets right the way of what's true, and that's what they believe, and they believe that what they believe is the truth. And
you hit it right in the head. There it is, Brian. Belief. That's the key word. They have a belief system, and you're tearing it apart, and it hurts them.
Yeah, it's stupid because you end up actually sometimes, because they're so nasty about it, I can find myself actually enjoying their frustration. But then I tell myself, no, I don't need to be that way. Do you know what I mean? Not that I want to be soft with them, because that's no good, but I don't need to be nasty with them. But sometimes they push it to the point where that's all they deserve. You know what I mean? They literally push it to the point. They throw it so much, and they hand wave things away so much, and they don't give any coherent responses to anything. Just, you're wrong and you're stupid. You need to go to school. Was it one of the things? What was it? Blue Marble Science started one of his many comments on one of my more recent videos. I think it was the one I just did the other day. Was, you need to find some kid in your neighborhood who blah blah blah. I didn't read on. Some young kid in your neighborhood. So in other words, I'm a dummy who needs to go out and find me some young kid in my neighborhood who's going to explain to me what I don't understand about how he thinks GPS works. You know what I mean?
Brian, you're talking about a guy who demonstrated gas pressure without a container with 3 or 4 containers.
I know.
Really?
This is the thing, though. But it's like, that's just one example. I get so many comments that are just hand waves of truth, and you kind of go, "What the hell am I doing?" It's like it ends up being frustrating because you can't verbalize without using the words bozo and bonehead and all that. You can't verbalize what's going on in your head as to why these people aren't getting this. They don't want to get it. They don't want to get it. They don't want to have to get that. They don't want to have to deal with what that is. They don't want. Most of them do not want that, and that's why they're here.
Conspiracy cats.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what kind of sleepless nights they're having, but they must be having a lot of them. They have to be. They have to be having a lot of sleepless nights. There's no way around it.
Yeah, but that's not your problem, and I've felt more and more like that as time's progressed, which is to say, that's your problem. Asking me how this now works isn't my problem anymore. We've laid down what's what. You now want to tell me I'm an idiot and need to go to school. That's not a rebuttal. Either your incomprehension of it or your inability to accept it isn't my problem. And trying to explain why they would be like that, again, isn't really our concern. And in this entire discussion, I hope the audience agree with me. We've got over 100 people watching, right? Up until this point, Brian's been cool, calm, and collected. And then I can just sense, not much, an air of frustration coming in. And what's he talking about while that frustration sneaks in? The inability of other people to comprehend. It's like, this should be the last thing that frustrates us, should it not? It is. I'm not saying I'm innocent. I get more frustrated than anyone, Brian. I can empathise, right? I'm not saying I'm some saint.
I know you can. I know you can.
Yeah, but the other day, Nathan, you were breaking down something, and the guy said word salad means nothing. It's word salad to him because he ain't comprehending it. But it was perfect English to me. I understood exactly what you were talking about. So they don't want to understand it. Brian's correct on that. Because they got a religious system that they're holding to.
Quite a useful connection, because that particular example was somebody listening to me explain, without using the overriding term of what is being done, a description of measuring elevation angle measurements to Polaris and how they're performed. Now, at the end of that description, he says it's word salad. And I'm like, actually, it's the measurement of latitude. There's no arguing about it. But in his mind, because he doesn't understand it, it's word salad. Now, that can be frustrating. Now, in that particular debate, we were very much on the front foot for the entire show, so, you know, nothing was going to particularly sway me. But if you're dealing with someone that's a lot more frustrating, that sort of hand wave can get the better of some people.
Yeah. What I do find, though, I have to say, is I've noticed small little pockets recently, in the past couple of months, of the ballers here and there actually starting to agree on something with me, with small little things. For instance, I was asked on one of my recent GPS videos, someone put in the usual nonsense. This is on every video I have there. It's like, where's your flat out map for all the GPS positions, right? This rubbish. And I said, where's your correct globe map? Oxymoron. I put it in parentheses, oxymoron. Right? So you can't have a globe map, right? And one of the ballers came in and joked with me. He's like, yeah, I said something else. I wrote something else about mapping or something like that. And one of them came in and joked about me. Yeah, there's no real correct world map. There's no proper map. And I said, yeah, there is no such thing as a correct world map. No, one is not in existence. We have maps, but none of them are correct. And he just agreed with me. You know what I mean? So there is some pockets there of people on the other side who are starting to understand, because there's even another thing I showed with what they call spherical triangles, how they're being formulated, and I showed how this one website was literally using actual triangles, but the numbers they were given for the angles all added up to just less than 180 degrees. And the reason they were doing it is so that when they place it onto a sphere, it will be closer to 180 degrees or somewhat match it or something like that. And it made no sense. I added up all the internal angles of these 4 or 5 triangles and showed how none of these internal angles altogether are all added up to 180 degrees. Yet they were actual straight line, real triangles. And one of the ballers came in and said, yeah, good catch. He said, that makes no sense. You know what I mean? So there is some...
yeah, you're right about that. It's nonsense, isn't it? What?
Yeah, one of them agreed. That's all nonsense. He said, good catch on that. He said, that's nonsense. You know, he understood, like, that can't be... You can't have a 3 straight lines meeting at 3 vertices and it not add to 180 degrees. That's total nonsense. He agreed.
Okay. Slightly bizarre. But what you're saying is there is some concessions in regards to where their failings lie, and they're happy to concede those. It doesn't change any, or maybe it does. Does it change anything in terms of your understanding of why they deny what you've put down, or B, that they're on some road to actually understanding the origins of their globe belief?
Well, you have to start thinking at this stage, if you're on the globe side, is it time to jump ship? Because I put it to Ruhif. I said, you need to get off the Titanic now. There's a ship right next to you that has a room, has food, has safety, has everything. And you're staying on the Titanic and it going down. Why are you not jumping onto this other ship? And he came back at me with some nonsense or whatever. And I started calling them, what did I start calling them? Iceberg Williamson or something. I started calling them because of the Titanic, right? I was joking with him. But the thing is that there's surely globers out there who are going, this is a kind of a sinking ship. Do you know what I mean? It gets to the point where you're going to go, do you want to stay on that sinking ship until your head ends up underwater? Or do you want to jump ship before any of that happens?
These will be the I keep forgetting the word for it. The LARPers that in 2, 3, let's say it's 10, who cares, years' time, go, yeah, we knew all along. We were just trying to enhance the argument when we were playing devil's advocate. You're like, yeah, right.
Yeah, because that's what they're going to say. They're going to say, we were just enjoying it or whatever. They're going to say they kind of knew that it wasn't a globe. You know what I mean? They're going to say that, even though they still are hanging on for dear life. Now, there'll be certain members of them that won't be able to say that. Let's say Blue Marble Science, Wally, these kind of people. It's like, no, there's no way out of it for you. Like, you are too vocal and too stupid. You can't say that. You've shown your hand too much, so you can't say that. Point the flat earth. He can't say he knew it was flat all along. Do you know what I mean? But some of the other people in the trolls and the faceless types, you know what I mean? They can say, "Oh yeah, we knew all along it was flat."
I don't know. I wouldn't put it past any of them actually. You say that.
Oh, I won't put it past them to say it, but it's not going to go anywhere. Do you know what I mean? There's too much evidence that that's not what they were thinking.
Well, perhaps this is wishful thinking on our part, but I'm going to do my little call to action. Stay tuned if you're watching on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Programming streams, as there will be an after show to follow.
Posted it in Master B. Sorry, someone wants to say something?
Nothing. That was just me opening all the lines back after the live show. That was all.
All right. Just saying, there's a video out, and I posted it in Master B there about a week ago, and it's the guy, Aiden, is it the guy who runs the Lore Lodge channel, and it's when Witsit is on there, and someone took a collage of all his things he had to say to Witsit during the night, and he's just in general demeanor, because he lost the plot at the end. He got angry and threw Witsit off his channel, right?
Come again. Sorry, I missed the start of that. Who threw Witsit off his channel in frustration?
The guy, the Lore Lodge, the guy Witsit was debating a week or so ago there. You started reviewing the day that Tim Osmond came in. You started reviewing that. I think Tim Osmond started talking, and you went away from reviewing it. It was like you only reviewed like half
this
a minute.
Guy,
of it.
sorry to give you a segue. Michael Kahn posted a little video about a comment he got from Lore Lodge, where Lore Lodge essentially expressed the idea that it would be better off if we all stopped breathing. And it was like, Michael Kahn's angle on it was, oh yeah, this guy professes to be a Christian. Here's his comments about how flat earthers should all be dead. That was his sentiment in the bluntest terms I can put him.
Yeah, heliocentric Christian. That's what I call them.
What he did is that he actually threw Witsit off in the end, and this guy just basically made a mock-up video. I'll see if I can find it. Made a mock-up video of that situation, or not mock-up, but a collage of all the things he said during the debate with Witsit. This flat earther made it, and just his general demeanor, and he eventually threw Witsit off, and basically attacked Witsit verbally or whatever, because he was in such a rage. I can't remember the name of the guy who made the video. Oh, here it is. If I post it to Master B, this is from Robot Polisher, right? Copy link and I post it there on Master B. You can put this on for a laugh. This is a glober, right? An anti-flat earther, basically not handling things. Right? This is the epitome of that, and it's from another flat earther, so there won't be any. I doubt there'll be any issues with it. Nathan, if you want to play,
I'll play it shortly. I'm gonna grab a drink and stuff, and then we'll play it. Did you say?
Yeah. There's no. I just have to put it in there. It doesn't have to play it right away.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get to it.
It's funny.
I'm in no rush.
I seen that the other day, Brian. I know the one you're talking about. I watched a little bit of it.
The other slight problem is my daughter's collecting nectar and she's on the clock. It's very important.
All right, no hassles, no worries.
Come on, stick the hand up or something. I had a bling blong. I thought all my notification sounds were turned off, but there we are. There's a bling blong.
I can play it, Nathan. You don't have to play it.
That'd be ideal. Oh yes,
if
please.
it doesn't get that way, it won't get in the way of Eleanor or whatever she's doing.
Top priority stuff.
Give it a few minutes. I'll wait till you get a drink and all that.
Yeah, if you want to do that, that'd be absolutely perfect. And yeah, I'll grab a coffee as well. Oh isn't this nice?
Yeah, we chit chat.
Oh, it's like having a day off.
Where's Refracted gone to?
He's been having internet issues.
Did we cover on today's show? I need to make a thumbnail. I've forgotten what we covered. We covered yours, and we didn't do the Coriolis, so it's satellites, right? GPS.
Real world GPS. You just call it because it doesn't involve it doesn't have to involve satellites. It's just real world GPS, or how GPS actually works, or something. I don't know. Call it whatever. Like, because it's not tied to how they say it works, because it's not tied to that at all. Because it's completely
GPS
not what they say. You know?
GPS on a globe or something like that.
Well, it's on a flat plane, but I'm showing us GPS on a flat plane. I'm showing GPS in the real world.
The truth about GPS.
It's not bad. The truth about GPS. I'll go with that. Are you playing it then, or did you say you need a couple of minutes?
No, I'm going to leave you get a cup of coffee and whatever. I have to go use the bathroom quickly anyway, so I'll wait till you get your coffee and sit down and whatever. I'll play it then.
Yeah, but I still need a discussion. I'm waiting for a discussion or something like a video to be played.
Okay, well, I'll play it then.
I'll
play it then. Go on. I'll play it. Right, I'll play it. Just give me a minute. One second. Got to line it up here. Sorry. I'll have to go on mute for this because it'll be feeding back.
Don't always get to introduce these. Me again, because you're getting really emotional. So I'm not getting really emotional. Don't always get to introduce these concepts to grown adults. So this is fun for me. Did you know that you can observe the curvature of the Earth from Earth? We have the photography and we have the videography that shows us orbiting the sun and moving in space.
Falsified the radius value.
What does that mean?
We falsified the radius value.
Mercury orbits the sun. That proves that the Earth, in fact, is orbiting the sun as well, but we have film reels from space depicting the Earth as round. We have pictures of the Earth. We have,
oh my gosh,
thousands of them. Eratosthenes does prove the Earth is a sphere. For me, I sit there and I'm like, how do we know that the Earth is orbiting this, is revolving around the sun? It's like, well,
Brian,
look at the sky.
Brian. Yeah, don't play too long as a chunk. Just so I know you said it was a friendly channel, but just he's playing Law Lodge's channel, so just periodically pause and say something.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, we'll review it then. Yeah, he's actually losing it. It's like, no, actually, this does actually happen. Actually, he's like that.
That pretty much sums it up, right? He's losing it.
Yeah, losing it. We'll get to as it goes on.
I was going to say that 2 weeks ago.
I don't know what the story is with this Lower Lodge. He just came out, and what happened to him is he came out flat out of nowhere, all hard, and he's after getting his ass handed to him, and his views on his channel have gone dramatically down, and he doesn't know why. I said it to him. It's because you're after messing with flat Earth.
Yeah, he's demonstrating his pain right now. Go ahead, hit play.
Yeah.
it is. It's obvious. The sun sets. We have pictures from space. And you can circumnavigate the globe. Because at the end of the day, like, why would people lie about it? You know, the sun set as it is cannot be explained on a flat Earth model. Pretty confident the Challenger exploded.
1 sec.
RIP. That's one I'm not really going to question. Apollo, again, have no reason not to believe.
Yeah, me.
We can still
pause. What's the dealio?
Every 30 seconds.
What's the dealio with the music? Who's playing that? Is that somebody adding that on top of Law Lodge's video, or is that?
Yeah, it is. It's someone adding in the. Yeah, it's the get down on it. It's adding it in with the music. Yeah, but I'm pausing every 30 seconds. So, and he's using that on his own channel. So now I don't know if his channel is monetized or not.
Well, this video probably won't be now.
Well, I didn't want to do that. I just.
Anywho, what's the bit that we're actually covering though? Because at the moment we're just listening to him rant on about what he thinks proves the globe with music that's getting this video demonetized.
All right. Well, that was what the point of the video was supposed to be. It's a
compilation of different
video.
videos.
Can you hear Brian? Hold on, George. Go, Brian.
The point of the video was it was a funny 6 or just 7-minute video of this guy just losing it, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. And at the end, he's just like he just throws Whitson off the show. Whitson just causes him such frustration.
Okay,
so I don't have to keep playing it.
Yeah, well, in for a
it,
penny. We're in for a penny.
All right. I pause every 30 seconds.
Get to the moon. We have lunar landers. Like,
the reason I do this is because
I didn't get super triggered, Austin. I know the way you guys operate. I'm a historian, and I can grasp this better than you. The Bible does not describe a flat Earth cosmology. It's not hiding God. I'm sick of people like you making a mockery of my faith.
Yes, I'm a Freemason.
That is
but
what
you're the
it
one
is.
claiming that the Bible couldn't even describe what creation was accurately.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Does it say the Earth's immovable and fixed?
Okay, I see where this is going. He's getting slightly more and more frustrated with Whitsit.
Yeah, Whitsit is far too much for him. And Whitsit is even like I didn't like obviously Whitsit went down the Ether road and everything, so it wasn't a good debate or anything like that. But Whitsit was even being nice to him. Whitsit wasn't even properly debating them, to be honest with you. If Whitsit was properly debating them, the guy would have lost it within the first 25 minutes, I'd say.
You don't know the context.
Does it say the Earth is stationary?
Who has the religious studies degree here?
You can try and do this thing flat earthers do,
where they pretend to be calm and civil.
How is it that the moon goes in front of the sun?
How is it that the moon goes in front of the sun? Why would that be a problem?
On the flat earth model.
How's it goes in front of the sun? It just goes in front of it.
When? What's the moon?
You didn't think this one out.
What's the moon? What's the moon?
The solar eclipse isn't a problem for the flat earth if it's
yes,
the moon.
It is. First of all,
Yeah, he's kind of got the right idea, Whitsit, in this regard, doesn't he? He's like, this isn't a claim for me, is what I would have phrased it. I mean, Whitsit's got his own phraseology for the same thing. It's like, how is this a problem for me? What are you talking about?
Yeah, when he said you didn't really think this one out, it's like, yeah, you didn't think out this. It's just a pure attack, just random attack.
If you don't understand basic geometry, I guess.
No, I do understand basic geometry, actually.
If I was super cutthroat, I'd say we falsify the radius value, line of sight, microwave transmissions far over the frequency that can be reflected off the ionosphere.
This is why people call you word salad Whitsit.
You'll never rebut that. You can't take me like
There's nothing to rebut, Austin. You didn't say anything. You didn't say anything. You said electrostatic earlier, and you didn't know what you were talking about. I'm done being nice about this.
I live in an echo chamber. That's why I've debated 1,000 people.
And you've learned nothing.
I don't think Whitsit's debated 1,000 people. But there we go.
Right now he's boasting.
Just a good few.
It's just a turn of phrase. Let's not harp on about it. It's just a turn of phrase. But he's saying I've debated a lot of people, and when he says he doesn't hear it, even though I don't necessarily agree with what Whitsit's punting here, right? What the guy's doing is chanting through the last thing that Whitsit says to him and then suggesting that Whitsit's not said anything. It's like, no, you rumpused him. You rumpused the conclusion of his statement, so you didn't have to respond to it and then told him he had nothing to say. Now, regardless of whether or not I agree with Whitsit, it frustrates the hell out of me when I want to get to the end of the conclusion and they just chant through it and then say, you're not really saying anything.
Yeah, but Whitsit wasn't doing that. He just rambled off something to show that he's a quick talker. And the guy called him on it. He said, you said nothing, and I agree with him.
No, that's not true. Again, regardless of if we disagree or agree, Whitsit was in the middle of making his point, and it was rumpused. So, yeah, you don't have to like it, Neil. That's just the way it is. And I'm sympathising with Whitsit for not for his argument that he put forth that got rumpus, but for the fact that he got rumpused when he's just trying to make a point and have it heard concisely. Now, for here, it's just so it's swinging too far or deliberately swinging much further the opposite direction. I'll shut you specifically, Neil, and everybody else in our panel down when the opponent first gets here and first wants to present their claim. You know, you want to hear it completely unimpeded at least once, right? Well, I would suggest, given that he said that he says electrostatic, that's his verbatim quote for what he probably heard from Whitsitt. Just the word electrostatic. Well, that's not him paraphrasing back that which I already know is a much more complex argument from Whitsitt. He hasn't heard it because he's paraphrased it back as just, you said electrostatic earlier and you didn't know what it meant. Now, while we might be able to catch Whitsitt out in contradictions in his rhetoric about electrostatic disequilibrium, it doesn't mean to say he doesn't know what electrostatics are. I'm pretty sure he does. Therefore, this just is an ad hom to subvert the fact that he's just rumpused the end of Whitsitt's point, right or wrong where it comes to Whitsitt's point. He still rumpused him, he still didn't listen, he's still summarising Whitsitt's point in the most simplistic one-word way. So I can only extrapolate that from what I've experienced and then empathise with Whitsitt.
And then he did that to get away from the point that Whitsitt basically was saying that we already falsified the radius value. So Whitsitt's current point that he was making was that we're falsifying the radius value, so therefore you don't have that because we measure the Earth flat. And he wanted to get away from that and start talking about electrostatic like they always do.
Yeah, and I agree with him on that. He should have stood right there.
I'll pay off for it.
Like, dude, I'll be real with you, man. I think it's very obvious you don't know as much about this.
I know more about this than you do. Can you each share what you know concerning I can't pronounce that word.
Is he trying to say seleninian?
Okay, can you know a bunch of provide one piece of empirical evidence?
Pause it. He's trying to say seleninian, and he can't quite pronounce it. I mean, it's not a word I've ever had a difficulty with, but obviously there's plenty of words. Hypothesization was one of them when I've had to sit in front of a mirror saying that word, reading it off a page at least a dozen times to be able to say it in a live stream. Whereas he can't say seleninian, which it's amusing because it's human nature. It's not because we're suggesting that makes him stupid. Far from it. It's just, yeah, there's words that people struggle with, and when they do, it's funny.
Yeah, it is.
Celine Dion.
A Celine Dion.
Celine Dion.
A Celine Dion. A Celine Dion
Well,
eclipse.
I say Celine Lion sometimes if I can't do it.
Celine Dion. That's it.
Celine Dion.
Yeah. Because it's Celine Lion, but like the name Celine and then Lion, Lion. Celine Lion. They made it awkward. Whoever decided to name it.
Evidence the Earth flies around the sun.
All right, sure. Here we go. Okay, well, this is hard because
you know so much more than I do, man.
This is hard because anything I say, you're gonna point to, some bullshit experiment that you can't actually cite from 40 years ago.
I cited all the experiments, and I actually dropped it in the chat so that they can know you're lying.
You dropped a whole bunch of stuff into the chat that you knew we didn't have time to read.
I dropped it in the YouTube chat so they can know you're lying about it.
Okay, I'm sure.
Whitsitt under pressure will revert to type and claim he's got experiments, won't he? While he's in a pissing competition in terms of how intellectual each one of these two gentlemen are, Whitsitt can't help but revert to type and claim he's put a load of experiments in the chat. No, you haven't, Whitsitt. You know damn well you haven't. But you're under pressure, right? He's rumpusing you, you're rumpusing him. He's smarter than you. You're very important stuff that's being discussed to put you under pressure, I might add. But you haven't got any experiments. Let's make absolutely clear of that.
Yeah, you know what he put in there, right? Michelson-Morley. That's exactly what he put in there.
Yeah, but it would have been a good opportunity for Whitsitt to when he made the claim that he know more than he do, it would have been a good opportunity for Whitsitt to just ask him some housekeeping questions, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely, Reg. Because all that's happening here, from what I'm hearing of this first 3.5 minutes of this video, is the only things that this guy, the Lower Lodge, can actually attack Whitsitt on are connected to his ether claims, and dielectric acceleration claims. If we stay, there's nothing else. Like when Whitsitt said we falsified the radius, right? He had nothing other than just to that. He just repeated it, but he had no comeback. Whereas with these other things, he has a comeback because it's obvious that Whitsitt doesn't have the solid evidence he trying to portray himself as having for those things.
Can you Sorry, Brian. Can you mute the other line? The presentation line is feeding back on your line. Can you mute the other one?
I have that muted on my computer.
Right, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click my mute all button, and then can you unmute yourself in 3, 2...
Hello?
Okay, perfect. That sorted it. Thank you.
Okay.
And now I've got no sound from him. Of course, I've muted the presentation, haven't I? Stupid idiot. Can you unmute the presentation now? I'm such an idiot. It's just we'll just deal with a little bit of feedback. It's just the way it goes.
Yeah, because I have my computer muted, and it's only the only sound is coming through YouTube, not through my computer. So I go on mute when I press play, so I don't know how it's coming back.
Don't worry about it. No, we've still got no sound from him. Got that line muted. You're going to have to unmute the computer. So go into the presentation and unmute yourself.
Before the presentation, I will point out some things about GPS and aileron. Some facts.
Well, point
If that's okay.
About GPS, Johnny. Yeah, sure. It sounds like
Okay,
we've got an audio issue till Brian figures out how to get into his presentation and unmute it where I've just caused the problem and muted it. Maybe you'll have to drop the presentation and start it again, Brian, because unless you know how to unmute your presentation.
Yeah, I'll have to stop presenting.
Oh, this is my fault entirely. Johnny, your timing's beautiful. Go ahead.
Yeah, in the meantime, I will point out something. The aileron, that's the name for the unchanged Loran. It was C. Loran after the World War II. It come up called C. Loran. But now they are using E. Loran, and the system and all the technology is from Loran, and it's called unchanged Loran. And this can be used in the for the airplane, in the air, and we have drones and high altitude platform stations that has connection to above and to the ground. The C. Loran was more ground-based, but the unchanged Loran is it can cooperate in the air and has all the ability to do the so-called GPS work. So GPS is E. Loran. And I will tell you that the House President of the United States of America didn't pay for it because it was the name of Elon, that it has to be the name GPS. So CIA have to pay for the Elon program. That is the GPS. Then they say, oh, that's the backup system for the GPS. If it is a backup system for the GPS, it can do exactly the same thing. So what's the difference between the GPS and so-called, what's the difference between Loran and so-called GPS? That is the frequency, they say. It's from 90 to 110 megahertz frequency.
That it?
Differences.
That it?
But that's just a make-up.
When you say Loran E, this is so long ago that I looked at this. I remember something called Lorenz, which was like the ground-based system that the Army and Navy were using up until about the 80s. And then GPS comes along and is essentially the same system. And now from what...
No, yeah, it came from... that is the Silo. The Second War.
Yeah, I can vaguely remember or recall that there was two different systems, and what you're saying is one is called Aileron or Aileron, and the other one is called what? Lorenz.
Aileron. Aileron is the old one. Aileron is the more updated one.
C and Aileron.
The old one.
Okay.
Yes.
What am I thinking of when I say Lorenz? It's something else, right?
There's another system as well that was put out there by the British Navy. That's supposed. I can't remember the name of it now, but was supposed to have been even better than Aileron. But Aileron is probably just incorporating that as well. But Johnny's right. It is
a backup system for the GPS in the US.
But it's just a different frequency.
Yeah, GPS is using
so,
high frequencies.
Wow. Okay.
It's a 90 to 110
seems like a
megahertz.
seems like a very thin veil of deception when you peel it back, or when we peel back the curtain. Might as well stick with the same analogy. Very thin veil.
Yeah.
I just want to point it out. There's a lot of things about it, and just also saying the Lorentz was using a navigation system that we are talking about exactly on the surface based. They have the cell towers and so on. Exactly, cell towers that was connected to each other. But now they have also drones, high-altitude platform stations, and so on and so on. So it's worldwide system, unchanged, but came from the Lorentz system. That's the GPS.
Cool, thank you.
Okay.
Do you want to carry on with this video? I think your sounds should be working now. I won't mute all again.
Okay.
No, ether cosmology. Do you have evidence the Earth moves around the sun?
I do. All right.
Or is it just a blind belief that you have because you appeal to the authority of scientism and
what's the planet Mercury?
What's the planet Mercury?
What's the planet Mercury?
Do you have asked you for evidence that the Earth moves around the sun?
Socratic dialogue, Austin. Come on, bud. Come on, you can do it. I know you can do it.
You asked
what's
me
Mercury?
What is the planet? What's the planet Mercury?
I know that for people at a certain intelligence level, it's hard to conceive of hypotheticals.
This is bad.
It is bad, Austin. It's really bad. Okay.
You look dumb.
It's called retrograde.
So my response to this, I mean, it says this looks bad. I would say, is there a claim I'm making about this? You're asking me what it is, and I don't recall making any claims about it to support my assertion that Earth is measured flat. You know, that would be my response. I mean, Witzit's response is frustrating the guy now, because without an expansion, maybe this is edited, so I mean, I can't really pull Witzit up on this based on an edited video, because if that's all Witzit said, it's like, well, that is kind of going to antagonize him.
Yeah, but I think if we see, I listened to some of this debate, and I actually had to stop listening to it. And it wasn't because of Witzit, even though things what Witzit was saying I was disagreeing with, or some of his replies, but it was actually because of this guy, and there's a guy with him who keeps chiming in. It became very frustrating, and I was hoping that I would listen to it as a review video on this show, you know, that we'd all review it. But this guy and the guy with him were the most frustrating, because they just make these blanket claims that you know is completely wrong, that they haven't looked into the thing properly, and they just make these blanket claims. And the guy likes to fall back on having some kind of a history major and different things like that. It's just like you're flailing here badly. Do you know what I mean? But you're trying to pretend like you're cool and calm, and he's not cool and calm. He's actually under serious pressure. But if you look at him before he started attacking Flat Earth, and now, which is only a short space of time, he looks way worse now than he did. He physically looks worse. He physically looks like he's under pressure. I don't know, but the guy just came out of the blocks as a total anti-Flat Earther, and he tries to push the rhetoric, and you know, he's probably someone who won't be able to stop himself from going into the Discord servers eventually, because he's looking for that confirmation bias that he can't actually find. If you understand,
maybe worth mentioning, maybe not, but this is like, for at least us, the second after the I've forgotten what the name of his channel is, something about experiment, final experiment guy. He's a pastor or a vicar or something. And then, obviously, Law Lodge now coming blasting out of the gates as an anti-flat earther Christian, specifically. Like, okay, it just seems really weird that suddenly we've got ballers aligning with Christians. But there we go. Maybe not worth mentioning.
Yeah, well, we have Danny Faulkner, do you know what I mean? Who's a total baller, anti-flat earther, and also claims to be a pastor. So, yeah, you have them fighting. The problem that these people are having is they're neither a Christian, but I can still see very clearly what the problem is. The problem is that they are allowing their heliocentric belief to step out in front of their Christian belief. And they're trying to defend heliocentrism while still claiming to be a Christian, which you can't do. It's like trying to defend Hinduism while claiming to be a Christian. You can't be both. You know what I mean? You can have one core belief. You know what I mean? And this is the problem. The heliocentrism power thing is only a belief. And yet they're trying to be Christians until it comes to the nature of reality, then they become heliocentrists. You know what I mean? This is, if you understand what I mean, this is what's happening to them. You can't do two. You can do one, not two. You can't be a Christian and a Muslim. You can be a Christian or a Muslim. You can't be both. Will I press play?
Yeah.
I know more about every part of this.
No, you don't. You're an arrogant sick son of a bitch, and I'm tired of it.
Explain Mercury's perihelion shift.
Excusing you of using word salad.
Can you define word salad?
Yeah, it's when somebody throws a whole bunch of words at people in order to divert the conversation or make it seem that they are more intelligent than they are. What I'm asking you is why does Mercury traverse that? You're going to arbitrarily define the term word salad? Are you kidding me right now?
An actual definition.
I'm sure it does.
Just because you don't know what the words mean doesn't mean
No, Austin.
Did you know that?
30 seconds stop. No, I'll play on.
Yeah, they in audio chaos right now.
Yeah, he's rumpusing with it.
That's like a new tactic.
Yes, that was my criticism from earlier, but absolutely correct. Or
this is called Dunning-Kruger. What you have, okay,
Brian?
This is Dunning-Kruger.
You're projecting that. Actually.
No, I'm not at all.
Did you know that Dunning-Kruger goes both ways?
Why does Mercury traverse the sun?
You didn't even know Dunning-Kruger went both ways. You use it as an insult. How
all
embarrassing.
right, listen up, jackass. Why is it so goddamn hard for you?
I already did.
No, you didn't.
I said that
No, you didn't.
Can you still man what I said?
You didn't say anything. People think I'm winning, Austin, because not.
Wow.
30 seconds stop.
When you said audio chaos, were you suggesting that it's just bad line to Discord and you can't hear it very well?
No, I was just talking about between them two. It's just
fine.
He's causing a lot of audio chaos. He's cutting them off, and ad hominem attacks.
No, that's what I hoped you meant. Can you? But in so saying, Brian, can you actually turn the video down by like 10-15% on the notch by the play button?
I'll do that, Nathan. Yeah,
Thanks.
1 second. It's a bit loud.
Perfect.
Not everybody's as dumb.
How's that?
Perfect.
Okay.
As you are. You think you're really researched smart? It. Like you broke me. You broke me.
Actually, as soon as I brought up that you can't
just give them the social. Get off of my channel.
So
this is pathetic.
My socials are I'm just like you can't
give them your socials and get out of my house.
I'm trying to be cool with you real fast. Like I'm not
Austin. I'm not trying to be cool with you. I don't like you. You guys all think you're smarter than everybody else.
Sorry if I triggered you. Whatever I did, I apologize.
I got sick of the lies. Give them your socials and get off my show. Austin, I'm very excited.
Wow. I mean, I feel that way when I'm being rumpused as well. I mean, I don't think he's righteous in his feelings towards Witsit in this regard. He's just frustrated because he's not winning, but he's not losing either. He's up against Witsit. You just need to chill out, mate. Even with a heliocentric belief, you could do better.
Yeah, the thing about it is that even with Witsit...
Brian, then...
Go on, Joe.
Who was that? Joe.
Yeah,
I was just saying. I was just going to basically go back to Brian's point that he made earlier. Like when Witsit talked about the actual argument of falsifying the radius value, the guy didn't have a rebuttal at all. Witsit should have stuck with that, and this should be an eye opener for Witsit that every time you had these guys under the barrel, they're going to bring up ether, or they're going to bring up electrostatic, or they're going to bring up something that they think is a weaker argument. So either you're going to have to strengthen that argument and come up with a better argument, or you just should maybe not bring that up and stick with the stronger part of the argument, because it seems like they don't have a rebuttal. You should stick with your stronger part of the argument and keep them to that, because they only attacking the weakest part of it, and it seems like the weakest part of it is the ether because that's the one they always attack, or they try to distract the conversation and lead towards you talking about. So I think Whitson um need to take this and look at this because it seems like they ready for Witsit, and it seems like they ready for that particular argument. It's the ether argument and it's the electrostatic argument that they ready for. And every time Witsit basically have them under the barrel or have them win an argument, such as the radius value, we falsified the radius value with the black swan, or we falsified the radius value because we measure the earth flat. This is how you take these measurements. Whenever they bring that up, whatever Witsit brings it up, they instantly goes to the ether or they instantly goes to electrostatic and basically move the conversation to that so Witsit could somehow contradict himself. So it seems like Witsit either going to have to strengthen that argument or he's going to have to get rid of that argument and stick to the argument that is strongest whenever he's talking to these guys. Because then the next tech that they're going to do once they figure out once they hold Witsit into a contradiction where they, even if you want to say that it's not a contradiction, they're going to cause audio chaos and they're going to rumpus you and they're going to scream and yell and say that you are an arrogant prick and say that you're talking bad and that this where the ad hominem attacks come forth, and then they feel that they have the right now to kick you off the show and call you an idiot because now you're not on the show. Now they could call you whatever they want to call you and basically talk about the weakest part of your argument. So you should just stay to the strongest part of your argument. That way you don't give them the leadway to run away and run away to the weakest part of it.
He can't. He has an agenda.
Well, before
You need to get rid of that.
anyone else, just before anyone else, I actually subscribed to this guy, the Lower Lodge, some while ago, before he ever brought up any flat earth stuff. I had seen some of his videos over time, and I hadn't subscribed to him by just laziness or whatever. And I subscribed to him. So when his first video on flat earth came out, I got the notification literally within a minute. And I started listening to the first minute or so of it, and I left a comment saying, listen, I can know from the first 2 minutes of your video that you are very misinformed on this topic. So if you would like, I would be willing to have a conversation with you. We can have it on your show, or you can have it with me privately. I'd be willing to have that. Not for a debate, not looking to debate him, just I'd have a conversation with you about it. He ignored that. He ignored every comment from me after that until he had secured a debate with Witsit. And then he started replying to me. So that tells me that he was headhunting for someone like Witsit.
Right, you're a threat to him, Brian.
Well, the thing about it is I'm not going to bring up ether, right? So Witsit won that debate, but on points like ether and dielectric acceleration and stuff like this, that's where he's going to start losing it, even against someone like him. And if I was in that guy's position, the Lower Lodge's position, I'd be doing exactly what Reg just said. Is that, yeah, quick, bring it back to ether, bring it back to dielectric acceleration.
Okay.
Something where he's stuck.
Okay, Brian, can you ask your question?
Go ahead, Johnny.
Okay. I don't like how we are against each other, and there might be a lot of misunderstanding here about the ether. Ether was very, very well known before. It's just about something that you're transposing. Something like radio waves is going through. You cannot send something through nothing.
Yeah,
that's about. No. Let me explain. Let me explain.
No, Johnny.
What I'm trying
you got
to
to
say.
tell us what ether is before you start explaining it.
No, you have to relax. Everybody has to relax because. Okay, I will say. I think people are hijacking the ether knowledge. Ether. It has to be ether. Now ether is this and that. Ether is fluid. Ether is this and that. There's nobody knows that really, and you're absolutely right. I think the ether has been hijacked from me. I'm just saying there is something there that is giving us the probability to propagate like a radio waves through.
Johnny.
That's my point. Nothing else. Not making any big claims or whatsoever. And it doesn't matter.
Technically, you are making a claim, but we'll
is a
move on with the
claim.
video. We won't dwell on it. Let's just say.
Okay, but
I'll play on with the video. That's the best thing, Johnny, because otherwise we're going to end up in a big ether debate.
Well, why are you so against the talking set? You know, we talk about the ether, how we are sending it through the ether. Now they are making something more of it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not talking about making up. I'm not in Narnia. I'm not making up things. I'm just pointing out.
You said it was
always
hijacked,
been.
Johnny. Hold on. Perspective has been hijacked. That we know. You're saying ether's been hijacked. We don't even know what the hell ether is.
Yes.
We know what perspective is. Come on now.
Yes. But we know that you cannot propagate something through nothing. That's my point. You cannot go away from it.
Go away from what?
Belong to the flat Earth debate.
What is the something?
I'm not
Johnny. When you say something, what is the something you're referring to?
Why are you so against the? Sorry. Why are you so against the ether as some probability of how energy goes through and how it is? Just like I say, if you try to make if you have a vacuum chamber, if you have a
correct.
If you have a vacuum chamber and you try to take all the material that you're able to take out, you still have something there that's have ability to let it propagate through. So what is it?
Propagate what?
It has to be something.
What? What is it?
And we call it ether. I call it ether.
What?
Now
What is
ether is a this and that. Never I'm saying is hijacking the ether.
What are you saying we're propagating through? What is it you're saying?
You cannot. You need some kind of vibration.
You're saying we need something to help this other thing propagate through. What is this thing that you're claiming is propagating through the ether?
Yeah, okay. We call it ether. We don't really know what it is.
No. That's it. You're saying we need the ether because we need this medium for this thing to propagate through it. What is the thing that you're claiming is propagating through the ether?
Radio waves, for example.
How do you know we need ether for radio waves to propagate through it?
They're not waves.
Begging the question.
It's like you hate the word ether. We use the word ether. We have done that through the year. Why can we not use it? Because it has been hijacked by somebody else for this.
No, Johnny, that's the problem. You said radio waves. Radio waves. But you have
for
no
example,
evidence that radio waves require a medium. You have no evidence that radio waves require a medium. You're pre-assuming that there's a medium there. I could then say, what's the medium that ether is existing in? I could get that ridiculous about it. You know what I mean? You were just pre-assuming that radio waves require a medium.
My man, you need ether to get the medium.
I don't need it for anything,
that's
Johnny.
My point.
If ether was real,
need ether to have a volume.
Johnny, number one, take a breath, back off your mic a couple of inches, and just let it be a back and forth. You're starting to talk through the responses, and Brian is seeming to, as a result. Just keep it chill.
Thank you, Nathan. You're right.
Oof. You have to prove, Johnny, that radio waves require a medium. That means you'd have to know what radio waves are, what light is. Nobody knows what light is, so nobody can make any claims concerning what it needs or doesn't need.
I know radio waves is about frequency. It does need vibration, and the vibration that's my thought. It's the vibration is the ether.
But the frequency part is something that we manipulate it with. We manipulate the frequency. What we call mathematically a frequency. That's something that we do with radio waves with light. But that doesn't tell us what light is. That's just us manipulating the situation. We still don't know what light is. So if I don't know what something is, how can I say what it needs?
My point is that you can try to manipulate it. You can try to take out all the substance, all the things, all the gases, everything, or try to make a vacuum. But you can never take out the vibration of that makes up the medium in the first place. That is the ether.
What vibration?
That doesn't make any sense.
What vibration? Is this
what
you're describing light as, a vibration?
No. I'm just saying. My point is, you can try to make so much vacuum, and you can try to take all the material that you're able to take out, but you always have the probability of transmission that I will call ether. And ether is like a glue that's hold everything, that's make it possible, the possibility to have a medium in the first place.
Johnny, can I ask you a question? Are you suggesting that ether is an area of volume that gases are not filling in?
Yeah, you cannot have a volume without have some substances to make the volume of. Well, that's ether. And that's
that would be a violation
function.
of the second law, wouldn't it?
No, it isn't. It is an electric vibration that gives activity and ability to propagate through.
Yeah, it would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, definitely.
No, I cannot understand that. That's not the right answer. But if you can clarify that for me, I'm so happy to listen to that.
Just 1 second, Johnny. Go ahead, George.
What?
No, I've said it all. It's still an area. You're suggesting an area of volume that gases are not expanding into it. Yeah, where you have lights 93 million miles away. Yeah, and
I'm not talking about fluid. I'm not talking about gases.
You're not replacing. You are invoking a vacuum anyway. But nevertheless, an area of volume that gases are not expanding into it. That would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
No, you're absolutely wrong. It has nothing to do with it.
The ether is a container.
No, let's rewind. Let's rewind to what Johnny said about taking air out and there still being propagation of energy or light or whatever. Okay. I mean, are you insinuating that light needs a medium to propagate?
You cannot see the light. The light is invisible. You are not able to see the light without material or particle or whatsoever you want to call it. Light is invisible. You need gases and different gases. You have different colors also. That's,
no,
sorry.
We're not talking about seeing. We're talking about claiming. I don't know if you are claiming, but it sounds like you're insinuating that you need, for example, air for light to propagate, since you're taking air out of a vacuum to come to some sort of air out of a vacuum chamber to come to some sort of conclusion. Like that answers that question.
Okay.
I don't get it.
Okay, then you have to ask you, what is the air you're talking about? That's different gases and different gases in different states.
Well, why are you asking me a question? I just asked you a question for clarity.
Who are I talking to? I talk to me, or you ask me a question about my clarification?
Is that nervous laughter? It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter.
You're a funny guy now.
Let's just hopefully draw a line under this, right? So you appreciate that here, this specific arena, Johnny, that we would adhere to the scientific method if we were looking to inquire how the nature of the world operates. Would you first concede that we, not necessarily including yourself, would be, using that as the methodology of choice. Would you concede that that is the case here, first and foremost?
But I have the scientific methods. I tested. You can make a test in a vacuum chamber and try to take out all
I haven't
of the
asked you any. I
material.
haven't asked you anything yet, Johnny.
you're
Johnny. I haven't asked you anything yet. I'll take that as a yes. You'd be happy to conform with the scientific method in this regard, yeah?
Yes.
Fine. Well, step one is observe a natural phenomena, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the light.
Okay. So if you're saying it's the light, then what we're then looking for is the cause of light. Okay. Fine. You appreciate that to have the cause of light as an independent variable, it has to be something causally influencing the thing your subject is about, which is light in this instance, according to you. And you've got to have it be real and capable of being varied by you, the researcher. So your if statement in the hypothesis is going to be varied. So it's got to be real. It's got to be your if statement. And it's got to be capable of being varied by you, the researcher. Real, IV, and capable of manipulation to cause light. But in this scenario, where you say, well, the dependent variable phenomena we're studying is light, we're now going to have a if something, then light hypothesis. Sod all to do with ether, unless you're suggesting that ether is an independent variable we can vary, and it isn't. It's not real. We can't vary it. So it can't be the independent variable in our hypothesis. So you can't validate this scientifically, is where I'm going with this, Johnny.
I can.
What's the phenomenon?
Say I don't can.
Well, okay, let's start again then. Is the phenomena still light? Or are we still starting with a phenomena of light? Because then we're going to be figuring out the cause of that.
Okay. Let me walk you through it. And but before I do that, you have to understand.
Just give me the thing we're studying and tell me if it's light or not. Is it still light as the dependent variable in this science or not?
Yeah. Okay. I will give you that step for step. But before I say that,
don't tell me you'll give it me. I'm not. You need to give it to me.
Okay. The audience, everybody. I have to point out that we have different types of light and a different behavior of light. There's a big different behavior of light of the fire or the microlight.
Thank you. We've got lots of different types of light. I got that.
Different behavior.
Thank you.
Okay.
So dependent variable light.
But that I am talking about.
Yeah, I'm leading you, Johnny. So dependent variable light. Fine. If that's what we're studying, yes, light's a phenomena. Fine. Is the independent variable going to be ether? Because if not, this won't have anything to do with ether.
Okay. I have a vacuum chamber that has not been.
You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question. Now I need the independent variable. If we're forming this into science as you've suggested it is, then after we've got an observed phenomena to study, light, we need to know what the presumed cause of that light, in this instance, will be. If it's not ether, this crumbles into oblivion as anything to do with scientific evidence of ether. If it is ether, I'll go back to my original point, which is how you're going to vary and manipulate something that's made up and not real and you can't see, touch, feel, or vary as an independent variable. It'll be the original point I put to you. I've already put it to you, but you said, no, I've got science, let me tell you about it. And I've said, okay, what we're studying, light. Now we need what the independent variable is. Vacuum chamber won't be it.
Then I will say, I have a vacuum chamber that has not been vacuumed, and it's just a normal, and nothing has been done. We are not taking anything.
You've done it again, Johnny. You've done it again. You've done it again. You've stepped into
you have to let me do it my way.
No, don't. You just need to give me an independent variable. You just need to give me an independent variable for this hypothesis that you claim for science. You're into the method. Johnny, now you're rumpusing me. You're into the method of the experiment.
Okay.
And I don't need the method. We need the hypothesis first. We're not into the experiment and the setup of it with vacuum chambers. I don't know what you're varying yet. We're going to be causing light. Somehow this is going to be justification for ether. All I need for it to be science is a presumed cause of light. What's the presumed cause? Independent variable for this to be science, not vacuum chamber. Second time. Just need that IV. Tell me what it is. What we're varying.
Yeah, but that I'm talking about the specific experiment, and I'm giving you the...
No, I'm not talking about the experiment. Hypothesis, third time. You want to talk about the experiment. We're not there yet. A hypothesis actualization is an experiment. I'm talking. I'm talking. I'm talking. I'm talking. I'm talking. I'm talking, Johnny. A hypothesis actualization is an experiment. So we're going to need the hypothesis first to actualize it. I don't need you to keep telling me what the experiment is. You've missed a step. Before we get to experiment, we need to know what we're going to vary, because that is the experiment. I'll give you the two choices again. Either you're going to give me something that's capable of variation, in which case, fine. It will have nothing to do with ether and won't be proving ether, just so we're clear. Or you'll say ether, and I'll point out you can't vary it or manipulate it because it isn't real and therefore isn't an independent variable. Those are your two choices. Not for the fourth time to go on to tell me what the experiment is when we haven't got the thing we're going to be testing yet. So what's the independent variable if the dependent variable's light? Fourth time, fourth attempt. I'm going to shut it down if you don't give it me.
Light is invisible, and that will be the cause. As you see the light is the materia that's going through, or the medium is going through. That's the hypothesis.
The what? I didn't get that. The what?
A light is in reality, the light energy is invisible. You cannot see the light without...
this is going to be... I'll give you one last try, then I'm just going to shut the conversation down completely. Independent variable... Independent variable is what?
No, the hypothesis is that your light is invisible without
It's not a hypothesis.
material.
Why are you doing this, Johnny? What do you think you're going to... Do you think you get away with just creating a just so story for a hypothesis with me? Do you think you're going to get away with this? Seriously, son. What are you doing?
That's my hypothesis.
No, it's not. An independent variable, that's variational thing that you can vary to see if it causes the effect you're studying, in this case light, is a hypothesis with a null next to it saying if whatever you give me as an independent variable you won't give it me, you want to give me a just so story so you can incorporate ether into it somewhere.
If I take all the...
You're not going to get away with it. I'm not going to be rumpus. I'm just going to conclude and shut this conversation down with you chanting through me, presumably. Don't care. I'll close the Discord line as I conclude for my audience without chanting Fundy, who's decided he wants to insert a scientific idea of ether into a non-hypothesis where he can't even formulate the two sides of it, independent and dependent variable. He can't give me those things. But he still wants to yammer on about how if he's got vacuum chambers. This is a con. You're conning us currently. Why are you trying to con us? Because this isn't an experiment. It's not science, Johnny. Now, I'm not suggesting that you're a con man, but the way you're going about what you're doing is a con. Because this is not science. There is no independent and dependent variable relationship in a hypothesis that can have a null. Therefore, it cannot be actualized in an experiment, as you keep trying to jump the gun to get to without formulating a hypothesis for this first. If you do formulate a hypothesis, it won't include ether. So how's this proving ether? Answer, it isn't. There's nothing to study. When I say what we're studying, if the first thing out of their mouth when you do this, like I've just done it with Johnny, isn't ether, then why are we doing this? This is supposed to be a study of the physical and natural world. If ether's part of the physical and natural world, I'm going to be wanting to study that as a phenomena. There isn't one. There's just the conjurings and ideas and extrapolations of people who have decided that there's got to be a background medium and it's going to be ether. Why? Because they say so. No scientific validation for any cause and effect relationships, no phenomena being observed, and when you do claim there is one, it's light, not ether.
Okay, then I would say if I take out all the materia in the medium that the light is going through, you will not be able to see the light. That's my hypothesis.
No, Johnny, you're skipping steps.
I will test it, and I will take out...
You can test that, and it fails. You've already told us. If I remove the medium in a vacuum, then I won't get light. I remove all the medium, and I do get light. So you're validating the null for a non-hypothesis.
So I am manipulating the
if you want to claim that the medium itself and the air as an independent variable, that is something you can control and vary as a researcher. If you want to claim it's the cause of light, that is to say, without the medium that I'm going to remove, in this case air, there will be no light. That's your null. If A, not B.
I am proving.
There we go. I'm trying to actually validate that what you're claiming, and you're yammering through me again. Why are you doing that?
Not really.
No, you are.
Very
I'm in the middle of summarizing it. If you want to claim that as a hypothesis, and I take it at face value, you validate the null because you remove the medium and get a null result, 0 difference. Okay, fine. Well, that proves nothing in terms of ether. What if you then substitute the fact that you haven't got a 0 difference result, if you didn't remove ether, which you can't, that does validate ether. That's utter garbage on every scale. We won't accept it as any evidence of ether because it isn't evidence of ether. It's just that simple.
Yeah, that's the question.
Where do we find the vacuum in
the ether
anyway?
is? What is the ether? Also the question. I am just making this very simple. I'm calling ether. That is a perfect something that is going through the medium. You are trying to take all the material whatsoever you are able to do, but you always have the propagation medium that it will go through. But you're not able to see the light. Yes, you will see the light outside the vacuum chamber again. But there between, if you take all the material inside the medium, then you're not able to see the light, and I can prove it. Therefore, I'm right, and you are.
Say you're in a black hole, mate. Say you're in a black hole.
True.
You're doing a Paula trick.
It has been tested.
So this is happening in a vacuum then, not in the ether then.
Yeah, I still want to hear him prove ether.
What
He's
is
talking about light.
What is the ether? That's the ether. That's propagation probabilities in the medium. That is the ether. But now I'm saying, people are hijacking my ether. I cannot tell you exactly what ether is. It's a ability to propagation through the medium.
Hold on.
That is my explanation. But now it is a lot of things.
Hold on, Johnny. Can you just let Neil actually say something to you?
Listen to what you just said, Johnny. People are hijacking my ether. I can't tell you what that is. Are you serious? And you want us to continue down this path?
No, I can say a lot about it, but I am not making up stories that they cannot verify.
Yeah, you are. That's exactly
you are making up a story, ether. The provocation through the ether. We have said that through the year. There's nothing new.
Johnny, you are making things up to proceed. You've made up ether. We're happy to proceed with you. You've got to give a definition of the thing you're trying to prove first. Yeah, this is even before your phenomena. Yeah, you've got to get a definition of the thing you're trying to prove ultimately, dude. Or is it just a cause? Is it just an effect that you're trying to demonstrate, like gravity? So no real cause to it. Just you're going to give a nice name to an effect.
No, not really. But you have to call it something because it's propagating.
When we're going to be dealing with ether and the propagation of light through it, what is ether? We've got a good idea what light is, and you're making claims that this ether has some kind of responsibility for the propagation. So before we can get into that detail, first and most important thing is to know what this thing is that we're going to claim the light is propagating through. If we can't get those two basics, the light and the propagation medium, and define them and identify them, there's no point proceeding into conjecture past that point, is there?
Yeah, but it is going through. You have to call it something. There was no problem with calling it ether before.
No,
we're just
not what is it going to do?
I'm sorry.
Yes or no? There's no point proceeding.
Stop you. Stop. Propagation begs the question.
I'm not. Well, maybe, but what is it propagating in? Because that's his claim. So I'm not so fussed if we can. I can drop the word propagate as it's a a claim, I suppose, and invokes a wave. But whatever that you're claiming is the background supportive medium.
But it's doing it. It's doing it.
It's doing it. What's doing it?
Yeah, you are able to send radio waves, microwaves, and a lot
Radio
of
waves,
things through
microwaves,
the
I'm
ether.
cool with those. Light, I'm cool with. You're claiming this is
And light.
This is all light.
And
light.
Thermodynamically also. Thermo also heat. You can also
light. We're clear. Light. We're clear.
Heat.
Light. These are all light.
Yeah, most light. Yes.
All of them. Yes.
Not all of them. The heat is not light.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Can we move on? We've got it. Light.
Yeah,
we got it. We got it. They're all examples of light. Can we move on?
Yeah, we can move on. I'm just saying that it should not be a problem to call it ether.
What?
Because
Johnny?
Because they're saying that ether is moving and it's and so on and so on.
Can we give up?
Don't understand.
Can we give up?
I give up on that.
We ask
Johnny,
him what is ether.
You're just going around in a circle.
Yeah, and he tells us what we're telling him it isn't. No, I don't want to do this.
No, agree. No, we have to relax because it's up again and again. We are talking about
Johnny?
this.
Why do we have to
there's
relax?
a dogma. There's like a dogma about
it. Any of this nonsense you're telling us.
Yeah, we don't. We're just surrounded by people bullshitting us, and it frustrates us. You're saying relax as I bullshit you.
Yeah, just chill out and relax while I tell you a load of rubbish. Go on, Adam.
Well, that's it, innit? Please accept this pile of cack so I can move on and give you more cack. No. Describe the first bit of cack. Yeah? And if you can't, there's no point continuing. Because it's just hypothetical supposition otherwise, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, they want to go right to the experiment. They want to supersede everything.
Come on, Dick.
Okay. What can we call the vibration or the ability of propagation? Do you want to something new?
I just took this random. It begs the question. You're assuming the journey through a medium with that word.
Yeah.
So propagation begs the question. Go ahead, one deck.
No, I was just simply saying, meanwhile, the Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, we agree about about that.
So, and ether's got nothing to do with that. And the Greeks all knew that.
Greeks.
Yeah, you're right.
So what's the fascination with it? I can only ask Johnny this, and he desperately wants to be part of the conversation. He's the only one punting it in the positive. So fine. What is the attraction to this garbage?
It's just about the understanding how we are able to use the energy and above and the surface. There's absolutely a lot of things that we have to learn about. Just like that, you get the higher, every meter you go higher up, the more potential energy you get in electric energy. It's something that we have to know about.
Hold on, it sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, do you not already know that?
Yeah, and that also will give you a bias, a downward bias because of that. That will explain a lot of questions.
What questions? It doesn't explain anything. You've just told me that as you go up, there's a bit more power.
Acceleration,
I'm
for
in the middle of my
example.
question. You said there's a lot of things that we need to find out about, for instance, and then you gave me an example of something that you already know about. Okay, well, let's stick with that. If this is something to do with ether. Apparently, going up and seeing that there's more power higher up is related to ether. Why? Isn't that related to how much power there is? I'm just a bit confused. How is that ether related?
Everything is ether related because you cannot send any electronic from one place to other place without any vibration and the probability of propagation. Therefore, it has to be. It's just a logic thinking.
Sorry,
No, that's
without
the
affirming
perfect
the
view.
consequent.
Can I just?
Sorry, he's just using affirming the consequent fallacy by giving me an example of something that has nothing in relation to ether, presumably so he can say because of that thing that is unrelated to ether, we have ether. That's affirming the consequent. I don't understand how that has any bearing on anything, frankly.
Oh,
How
no,
does,
not really. It's a logic.
How
Logic.
does, stop, everyone stop, everyone stop. Hello, whoever's come off mute, can you please go back on mute? Thank you. Right, as we raise an elevation,
Come on, bro.
somebody's hovering off mute, I think it's Eli. Just let me ask the question, Eli, it won't be a sec. As we raise an elevation, there's more power, electricity, according to you, in the air, okay? Because ether...
Yes.
No. Why?
no, I don't have to say this cause, but you cannot nothing will happen without ether because that's the vibration net that's holding everything together and give it the ability for every propagation.
Stop.
If it's
Sorry, that's not standard.
or fluid or whatsoever.
Stop. That's not standard. If I assume something that I cannot prove, then that this thing would be possible. So if I suggest that if I have my, unicorns that float around in the sky that I can't prove, we'll have blue skies, and therefore, well, we have got blue skies, so obviously there's unicorns flying around in the air. I've got no proof for them. It's completely non sequitur.
You can see what's happening in front of your eyes, and you can think of it. You can use your logical thinking and understanding to get to this.
Therefore ether? Yeah, that's literally a textbook affirming the consequent fallacy. If I assume by logical blah 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 we've got ether, and then I take this example in reality, then I can use that example in reality to tell myself that there is ether. That's affirming the consequent. It's the second time I've told you.
If you have something like observation, you have to call it something. Let's just call it ether. You have to learn more about it.
Yeah, I'll do it a third time, and then I'm going to pass to Eli. If ether, then this observation, therefore ether. Yeah, I got it. I've detailed it 3 times. Go ahead.
It's just a name.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, Eli.
Yeah. So he's saying that the higher up you go, that there's more propagation. How does that? I mean, don't you see the contradiction when you say that when there's less air, there's less ability for there to be propagation?
The more density, the more material you have to go, the more fusion. And more fusion, then you don't have stability like you have in the high air area.
Did you say fusion?
Yes.
Yeah.
This frustrates me because he keeps inserting ether. This is very frustrating.
It's not. It's demonstrative.
No, it isn't frustrating. It's just you just have to think about it and make some.
He's going to overtalk you,
effort.
Adam. You won't get to say it because he's going to overtalk you with his belief. So you have to push on to other people. Tell them to relax.
Sadly, that's what he's demonstrated, Brian. Nathan's given him lots of opportunities, laid it out, and he's categorically demonstrated to us that this is a formological fallacy. Yeah, he's affirming the consequent. The only way you could move forward is to do what you're claiming, Johnny. Remove the ether to demonstrate the contra. It's the only way you could move forward with this. Remove the ether and demonstrate it no longer happening. Do that, and you've got us. But I'd start with what is ether.
That's do I really have to do that? Because
no, it's purely speculative.
Just like I said.
No, you don't have to do that. I mean, it's purely speculative on your part in terms of your aspirations for this medium that's non-provable to exist. And it doesn't really help anybody or progress anybody's understanding beyond things that you'll lay down as potentially being understood as you detail them, like the amount of energy in the air increasing. Has anybody utilised that? We already know about it. Is it useful?
Yes, it is. Very useful.
For what? What are we using it for?
Johnny is saying that ether requires a vacuum chamber.
I don't think he is.
Yeah. You cannot remove the ability of propagation because the ether is the background medium. That's my explanation.
No, he is right, and it's the same. It's the same principle as if you remove all of the air from a vacuum chamber. It doesn't remove the presence of unicorns. Doesn't do that at all.
Oh no, that's not fair. You cannot say that.
No, Johnny, that's the fact though. If you take all of the air out and create a vacuum, there's less impedance for the propagation of unicorns. Everybody knows that. It's logical. It makes sense, doesn't it?
You just have to try and thinking about this logically when it comes to unicorn propagation through non-medium specific in vacuums. Do you not understand my word salad about unicorn propagation? Because if you remove the air from the vacuum, you still get the light traversing it. I mean, it's carried on the wings of those unicorns. They must be there. If we do see the light still propagating through the vacuum, then we do have the unicorns that must be there to carry the light. I mean, have you not thought this through logically?
But you don't see the light.
Have you? Chill out, just relax. Have you not thought this through logically?
No,
just relax, Johnny. Have you not thought these unicorns through logically? Because it seems like you're not very chill with the whole thing. Why aren't you so chill with this?
No, it's terrifying.
It's as stupefying as the ether claim, because it's the same claim, just with unicorns instead of ether. There is no difference in the claim other than that one word. Yep.
No.
Yeah, you say ether when I say unicorns. There is no difference in the claim. It's just reduced to absurdity. And when I say the light's carried on the wings of unicorns, you say the waves are carrying the light through ether. It's the same.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is.
It's exactly the same, Johnny. It couldn't be more exactly the same.
Do I really have to repeat myself again and again? I'm saying, if you take everything out, the only thing that you have left is the ability of light to propagate through.
Yeah, because the unicorns. That's right. That's right. He's got it. So he's chill with it now. Good, you got it. I got it. You got it. Everyone's got it. The only thing that could be left in that vacuum chamber is the invisible unicorns. No other explanation is possible, and they do carry the light through the vacuum. It's a perfectly reasonable explanation. I call those invisible unicorns ether unicorns. I call them, for short, ether. So when we're all talking about ether from now on, we're all clear that when we say ether, we actually mean ether unicorns. It's just shortened, because they carry the light on their wings. So ether in the vacuum, you say? Yep, totally agree. Couldn't agree more. Ether being unicorns, of course. Couldn't exist without it.
The only thing I'm saying is that is left in the vacuum chamber that we cannot really see. I call it ether. It's just a name. You have to call it something.
Me too. We all do. We all do. We all agree. We can't see the ether unicorns. You can't see them. You shorten it to ether. I shorten it to ether. We can't see the ether unicorns. You're right. So therefore, that's the only explanation. I mean, it's not an argument from ignorance.
It's propagated through. Light is invisible, but it's going through anyways. So there you have it.
I mean,
I'm right.
Let me put this to you, Johnny. Do you know that it isn't unicorns? Have you got an other non-unicorn explanation?
Why are you talking about unicorns all the time?
Why are you talking about ether all the time? Why would you be talking about this garbage that you've got no proof of? Sorry, when I talk about unicorns carrying the light on their wings, it's why am I talking this garbage? When you talk about ether carrying the light on its wings, suddenly that's not garbage. It is.
It's logic.
So we're carrying light on the wings of ether, right?
The wings of ether, that is invisible. You're not able to see it because you're not.
Because you can't see unicorns. That's why you can't see it, because you can't see unicorns. They're invisible. Obviously. Prove me wrong.
It is there. And the light is propagated. And then you can see light go outside the vacuum chamber. It came outside the vacuum chamber. Oh, the light came, and you can see it because it's going through the medium, go through the atmosphere, through the gases. So
carrying on the wings of the unicorns. Yeah, we're all in agreement.
That's not the unicorn.
It's not like your garbage. I mean, when I say on the wings of a unicorn, it obviously isn't quite as coherent as you saying incoherent dielectric accelerative waves through an ether medium. I mean, yours sounds a lot more word salad than mine. Mine sounds absurd, but it's basically the same thing. Wings of a unicorn versus wings of Ethereum waves. They're the same thing. It's just as garbage when I put it into an affirming the consequent as when you put it into the same exact affirming the consequent with vacuum chambers. There is no difference in the example, and being rumpus when I point out the absurdity of your claim isn't going to be overcome with a bit of rumpusing. No, I'm descending your claim with the exact same standard of your claim into absurdium by changing the word ether to unicorn wings.
Did you hear what I was saying? Because you were rumpusing me, I was trying to talk.
Get lost. What he just did was chanted through my summary of the comparative example of unicorn wings versus ether. He chanted through it, every last word of it, thinking that he's going to overcome my comparison, and then did what fundies do and claimed I was rumpused. No, you weren't.
That's exactly. I knew he was. Even if I had him on mute, he was rumpusing straight through you. No doubt about it. Not leaving you to say out.
Maybe
we're done here, Johnny. We're done. We don't want to go through this 5 more times. Thank you, though. I mean, we'll take your unicorn wings. I mean, ether under consideration. Thank you for bringing it to our attention, though.
Okay. We say that's good so far.
Yes,
okay.
I feel slightly dumber for having had the conversation, but thank you all the same.
Now you have to think about it.
I need to apply my logic
Johnny,
to those unicorn wings and how they carry the ether particles. I need to apply my logic to that garbage.
Think about it.
I will. I'll do that. Thank you. I thought about it. It's garbage. Thanks.
Yeah, I second that. It's garbage. Total garbage, Johnny. Yeah. I won't be signing up to it.
Me either. You're putting yourself in with a guy that we tear down all the time because he jumps into this ether nonsense instead of sticking to the arguments, the proof that Earth is flat. He goes into la-la land, and you're right in there with him. What's wrong with you?
Exactly.
So you don't love me anymore because I was talking about ether. Now I'm
hold on. I've got my violins on my soundboard. Na, 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 na. Tell us again. Go on, carry on. Through the violins. No, we don't. We're not saying that. Nobody said we don't want you.
And the ether offer, you will offer me on the plate. You will take my hat off so easily just because I was talking about the ether. I'm a hard censored on the FE.
That's not what happened.
Stop, everyone, stop. Let him play Martyr for a few more minutes. Go ahead, Johnny.
You will take out my hat if I don't stop or talk about the ether, right?
No, we just ask you to prove it.
We don't know what it is.
We just ask you to prove it or show it to us, and every time you fail, that's it.
I did. I really did.
I did. We saw the invisible unicorn wings. We all saw them in our minds, and logically, you couldn't not have them.
I told you to think about it. We will talk about it.
Yeah, I told you to think about the unicorn wings. Yeah, I told you. Logic. Think about it.
Yeah,
we could do this all day. I just don't want to.
Or Disney or something.
There's nothing to think about.
Which unicorns? The pink or the blue ones?
Johnny, do you realize that to observe the effect of gravity, we require the uneven distribution of mass, bending and curving space and time?
There's got to be a fourth dimension.
It just can't happen without that.
Yeah. A good one. I like it. There's got to be a fourth dimension. You realise that? Why didn't I do that? Instead of unicorn wings, I should have used fourth dimensional pseudo-Riemannian space-time. You just can't experience the fourth dimensional bending space-time, what with you being a three-dimensional being and all, Johnny.
Yeah, it's a quite funny concept, I have to say.
This is their juxtaposition with that, though, Johnny. They want you punting ether because it's a replacement for pseudo-Riemannian space-time bending when you asserted earlier that it creates a downward bias. And it's also a substitute for the sky vacuum and called outer space. Now, if you can't see through that, I don't know what's wrong with you.
No, you cannot see through. I am just talking about a very simple thing. I am saying that my ether knowledge have been hijacked and used in so many fucking concepts that I cannot use ether anymore. And you hate me because I'm talking about ether.
Nobody hates
just
you.
because
Don't be a
I
martyr.
understand what we were talking about many years ago. What ether means. It's about propagation, nothing else.
You basically despise me for my unicorn wings belief. I just don't get it. You want me out of the show. You want to shut me down and censor me just because I talk about unicorn wings.
Yeah.
Why would you censor me? Why would you hate me because of my belief in unicorns? I don't get it, Johnny. It's totally unreasonable. I need violins. Who's going to play the violins for me? I'm very emotional here. Can you not interrupt?
You're strong me. You're a bad guy, Nathan. You're a strong man.
No. Johnny, did you prove ether today? Did you validate ether today,
So you
Johnny?
don't love me anymore. So you don't love me anymore because I'm talking about the ether. You love me for everything else. But ether, no.
We're disappointed.
If you're ether, you're the bad guy.
Never said that. We're disappointed because we know you're smarter than this.
If I remove the force of gravity in heliocentric globe world and I replaced it with dielectric acceleration, and I remove general relativity and I replace that with ether, everything would be basically the same.
Yeah, that explains you down. No need for gravity. Well done, Brian.
Well, to experience the effect of gravity, we require the uneven distribution of mass, curving space and time. It's a logical step, Dave. It can't happen without that. I don't see why you can't see this.
Think about it.
Just chill out, Neil. Just chill out.
I can't show you this ether, but it's needed. Nothing can happen without it.
Yeah, the thing that we don't know anything about requires this to propagate through. The thing that the most confusing thing ever, right, in the history of the world, almost, needs this thing to propagate through. No.
Yeah, therefore ether. Without the ether, you won't have anything.
Well, I was talking about Nathan's unicorn wings. I don't know. Are you supporting the ether, yeah? Well, what's that?
You talking to me?
Yeah, Neil is claiming ether, and I'm trying to point out that it's the flow of the unicorn wings and how they allow the light to flow through the vacuum.
I don't get it.
Ether is not ether. Maybe like Austin listed. He said ether is like the ocean and the waves. But there's nothing,
the ocean and the waves is like the ocean and the waves.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, and I not agree with Austin about that, because ether is a static vibration. How can it be static and vibration at the same time? Because it is a vibration that's holding everything in, but it's vibrating.
Johnny,
but it's static in is vibration. That's my understanding. Yeah. Johnny, but he thinks the ether is moving.
After reaching the point where Johnny's not listening.
Bob, I'm talking. Bob thinks the ether was lets everything moving. That's just nonsense. There is no proof for that.
Johnny,
ether drift and so on. There's no proof for it.
Johnny, is the ether that you're claiming, is that in the third dimensions, in the 3 dimensions, or is it in the 4th dimension?
That is craziness.
That's a bit of a difficult question, isn't it?
Almost like there is the fourth dimension.
Is it in the third dimension or the fourth dimension?
But it's but because that's holding everything around the
Hang on,
three
it's a
dimensions.
question.
So
is it in the
you
third
can call it the
dimension or
fourth
the fourth
dimension,
dimension?
then, okay?
Do you say, of course? Hold on, stop. Do you say, of course, the fourth dimension?
I don't know.
That's what it sounded like you just said, though.
I missed that.
But it has to be. It has to be outside and in because it's inside also. But it's absolutely outside of all our 3D world that we know of. So
it's outside our 3D
can I
world.
call it a
That means
fourth dimension?
that means it would be impossible to make any claims about it, wouldn't it? Because you can't experience it.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know anything about it. But now I'm just.
Well, you're telling us about it then. You're telling us that you know all about it. You're trying to get us to go along with you. No, you're telling us you don't know anything about it. And you're telling us it's outside the 3 dimensions we live in. Well, you have zero claim about it.
Yeah, it has. But
it's over, John.
It looks like it's outside of the 3. Hey, it looks like it's outside of the 3.
It looks
realm
like. Can you see
that
it?
we are in.
Can you see it? Just is it within our 3 dimensions or outside of it?
Yeah, we can see it. That's the interaction, how everything works. So in the big picture.
That would make it a physical property, Johnny. If we could see it, it would make it a physical, tangible property. No.
Yes.
That would be within our 3 dimensions. So how come nobody can detect it or measure it or anything? Where is it?
Yeah, but
if it's within our 3 dimensions, how come we can't detect it, we can't measure it, we can't interact with it, we can't vary it, we can't manipulate it? Where is it?
It has to be around. It has to be around the 3D realm that we're inside.
Did you look behind the fridge?
It has to be outside also. To hold it together, that's the principle that I'm talking about. It's the whole. It's a placeholder.
Yeah, fundamental unicorns are to the transmission of light itself. Fundamental.
So you don't think our world need a placeholder? Is that you're saying, Nathan Oakley?
Just got to use your logic, man. Without the unicorns, the light can't carry through a non-medium. You can't have nothing or nothing. So there's got to be something there, and the unicorns, which we can't see, obviously.
There you have it.
They may have it, exactly. You've got it. It's simple logic.
Yeah.
Yeah, but which unicorns? The blue or the pink one?
Ether unicorns.
Colorblind,
it depends on the
Stop
polarity.
using unicorn. It's
See, let's argue about the unicorns.
Polarity.
Don't use this.
It becomes a joke, Johnny.
This is not a joke, right? If you want a comparison in physical reality, think of seahorses and how they move through the ocean. I'll give you some vague semblance in the 3D world how these other dimensional unicorns carry the light. It's obvious.
Johnny, you couldn't.
Absolutely meaningless.
Nobody's addressing it. You can't address it. You're just not as smart as us. I mean, can you debunk how seahorses move?
Oh, are we smart? Smartest test. Who is the smartest in the house? No.
Well, you haven't responded. Go on, try and debunk seahorses. You can't. You can't do it.
There is
seahorse is wrong.
Seahorses. They're small, and they are real. We have seahorses in the ocean that we call seahorses. Did you know
exactly?
That?
So you're not denying seahorses. You're admitting it. So
even if you did, we haven't even started on electric eels.
Anyways,
that's higher level.
Very high level electric eels.
How could seahorses exist and unicorn unicorns not exist?
We have a small.
I don't see how one can.
Brian's breaking it down for you in a medium we do experience and can understand, so that you can have the logic and understand better, like we now understand, because we're genned up on this stuff. People have been hijacking our unicorns. Now we want to reclaim them.
We have people that's hijacking my ether also.
Well, I have my own version of it, Nathan, because you know the way there's lots of different versions. I have my own version of it, where I think that the seahorses, they work with eels, and just like ether works with dielectric acceleration. You know what I mean?
Ethereum.
Oh man! Wow. But the funny is, I have something to say there. You are quite right there. Also, you are trying to make fun of it, but you had something to say. Something that we have to break down. Yeah.
But this was fun and all.
No, Johnny, you know the way. Sorry.
Go ahead, Brian.
I'm just saying, you know the way, Johnny, you have your own ether. It's like your own personal ether belief. And Wixit has his own belief of ether. And Bob used to have his own ether belief.
And I've got my own ether belief, and so has my wife.
Don't take your wife into it all the time. You have to ask her first, right? You're here all the time. You have to maybe speak with your wife and ask her. Don't say what she is saying. I'm not sure she is agree with you. Maybe she isn't. Maybe. I'm not saying this like that, but it's possible. It's there.
Are you
But
a paid
I'm
shill?
telling you guys.
Are you paid by the CIA to punt ether here? Come on, you can tell us.
Oh man, I have worked with NATO and everything. I am everything that you don't want me to be, but I am not paid for this. I have a lot of money. I don't need it.
Can you send us some? Send it to the ether.
Sometimes I do through other names.
When are we getting the free energy, and how much will it cost us? That's all I want to know.
There you go. Free energy, and how much will it cost us?
Free energy is very possible. Free energy is possible. And you have free energy in the air.
Johnny, when was ether created? Who created it?
Yeah, but you can let the corona motor and everything work. If you just take the cable up to the sky and it will work. That's free energy, right?
Yeah, well, no, because work is required to create thermal energy. So no, it's impossible.
Yeah, there's absolutely free energy. You cannot
debunks
say
the
anything
existence of
against
free
it.
energy.
It's just what it is.
You have a technical issue there. If you take that cable up, then the surface of that cable becomes the ground, so the differential doesn't change. The differential is between the surface. You extend the surface with a cable or anything higher and higher, and the differential just follows it. So your differential doesn't start until the end of the cable. This is part of the misnomer when Ghostbusters Bob was pumping that diagram with the voltage change per meter. If you're up a hill, the voltage change is the same as at the bottom of the hill, because the voltage is only starting as you leave the surface. You can't just go up and stick a rope up in the air. It doesn't work like that.
Adam, are you engineer? Are you engineer?
Yeah, all my free energy machines I've had to modify because of that effect.
Do you know that if you have a small energy, you can
hold on, let me just clarify
Do
that
you know
for
what
Johnny.
dynamo is?
Hold on.
You can get
One sec.
more energy from the dynamo, and when you can make energy from energy. You say, oh, you can never get more energy than you get from the ground source.
Have you tried?
No, that's not true.
Have you tried?
If you use dynamo,
hold on, let's just clear this up. Have you tried, Johnny?
Dynamo will give you more energy from that you put in.
Yeah, but you have to put in energy, so that's not free, is it? That's not.
Yeah, but there's more energy you get out from if you use
Eventually,
dynamo,
we'll get to a no, or we'll get to a I tried and failed to violate the first law of thermodynamics. We'll get there eventually.
I'm not against you guys. I'm with you. I know everything about the second law of thermodynamics.
Well, I have a problem with it. It's fraud. What people are peddling, no matter how they attempt to peddle it. Hold on, Johnny. It's fraud, and I can say that categorically, regardless of the claimant or claim. The reason I can claim it as fraud is because what is being claimed in this regard is a straight-up first law of thermodynamics violation. Ergo, it's akin to me saying all astronauts are liars, all Etherites are fraudsters, because what they're peddling at the end of their little spiel is a first law of thermodynamics violation. That's fraud.
Yes, it's a fraud, absolutely. But the problem is that you cannot point out where is the dome, where is the firmament, what's the barrier? And you're not able to
You can ask all those questions. Nothing wrong with those. Nothing wrong with any of those as questions. Ask away.
But I can give clarification. We know what crystallization of gases is, and the higher you get, the colder it is, and the higher electricity you get, you will absolutely get the barrier of some kind. That is just absolute physical possibilities. Oh, it has to be like that.
And?
But you don't have to say that, because you cannot have a gas pressure besides of so-called vacuum. That's impossible.
Yeah, we know. And?
Therefore, you have to be in a closed system.
And
the space is fixed.
And? What's this got to do with the subject of ether?
And to let everything go that is going, and everything, the technology whatsoever that's propagating, and the fluid also. You need something that I call ether to let it propagate and flow and be in the state.
Are we back to this again?
In a stable state.
For something to propagate through, it would have to be a physical property, a tangible medium.
It sits outside of that, Brian, in the fourth dimension. Remember, this stable state.
Yeah, it's all nonsense. That's the problem here, really. And we're really hyper-focused on proving reality in terms of how it's measured. And now what's going on? I'm just trying to sort of draw a close to this nonsense, because it doesn't help anybody. We can all have our beliefs, and everyone's entitled to them, and we'll listen. But at the end of it, you've got to draw a line under it and say, okay, we haven't actually proven anything here. Everyone's entitled to their belief. Let's get back to the nitty-gritty of proving our Earth is flat. Because we can do that, unequivocally do that.
The Earth is measured flat with elevation angle, baseline, and then you bring down the sun, for example, that you get the elevation angle to. You bring it down to the horizon. And the horizon is the reference to the baseline. The baseline and the elevation angle. You have to use the instrument to take the sun down to the GP. What is the GP? The ground position. What do you get from the receiver? That is the circle of equal altitude. But maybe you don't know where you are on the circle in the world. Therefore, you have to intersect the circle. You have to repeat this. Then you will have a more circle of equal altitude.
Can I just say, Nathan?
A spherical 3959 globe radius, so-called fantasy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not so-called. It is a fantasy.
Look, Johnny just took about 60 seconds tops to perfectly summarise measuring elevation angles and circles of equal elevation to get your fix. He just summarised that beautifully. And when it comes to things that we can actually, as I just suggested, unequivocally prove, even Johnny is extremely concise in detailing these things, because there's no ambiguity about them. But when it comes to the subject we've now drawn a close to, which is ether, there's nothing but ambiguity. What are you going to say, Brian?
What I was going to say is, for anyone listening in to the last hour or whatever, it's like you can have an ether belief on a flat Earth, and you can believe in dielectric acceleration on a flat Earth. you can have an ether belief on a globe, a heliocentric globe, and you can have a dielectric acceleration belief on a heliocentric globe. The point is that ether and dielectric acceleration have absolutely nothing to do with the topic. They're purely beliefs. There is no evidence for them. There's only debunks of them. So, yeah, take your belief and have it on whatever you want to think the Earth is. But it has no relevance to our reality, our 3D reality, and the nature of that reality that we experience every day. It has no relevance whatsoever. There is no downward bias. There is no backward, I should call it, yeah, backward is probably a good word for it. Background medium. There's no evidence that we require a background medium for anything. There is no downward bias. But if you want to believe in those things, you can. But don't confuse them with having something to do with a flat Earth or a globe, because they don't.
Okay.
They're a separate
you're
belief.
right. You're
just
right.
Like,
I agree with you.
Scientology is a separate belief, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, I agree with you. That's the step 2. We have realized the Earth is measured flat. That's number 1. The step 1. Then you have to understand what the plane is about and how everything works and what's the mechanic or so on. Yeah, that's the next step to make a debate of or so on and so on. So
yeah, but
there will not be globe toss. There will no globe toss. Listen. There will not be no globe after a few years. There's no globe toss. It's only flat earthers that's debating what is it because of this and that and a function over the flat earth. Yeah, but just now we know the Earth is measured flat. Then we'll go to the next step. Is this because of that? Why do we have the acceleration of this and that? Why is this has this function in the engineering and so on and so on? That's the question number 2 and 3 and 4. So that's everything is okay. Everything is right. It's just like it should be.
Yeah. On the one hand, no, actually, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, none of that has nothing to do with ether. Ether is a belief outside of whether the Earth is flat or a globe. Actually, it's far more fitting to a globe because it's required. Something like that is required for heliocentrism to exist. Whereas in our 3D flat reality, it's not required.
Why?
So it's
why?
Because
Brian,
they require an ether type background medium to explain things heliocentrically. Yeah, they do. That's why they have general relativity. But you can replace general relativity with ether, and it'll work just fine. It'll work just fine, Johnny. But we don't need that in our 3D reality. We have no need for this ether. It's purely someone's belief it's just a belief belongs to people who can't seem to accept it as just a belief. Kind of like the ballers won't accept it. What they believe is just a belief.
Okay, therefore I say I visit hijacking the ether and giving a lot of explanation for the ether that I am not.
Oh, you can't say that. You can't hijack nothing, Johnny.
Yes, I'm talking about the propagation possibilities, and you have to call it something. And if
Johnny,
you don't call it something,
we're back at the beginning again. We're back at the beginning again.
You're back.
Yeah, we're back at the beginning. Johnny's managed to bring us full circle. Thanks for that.
Yeah, it's a circle joke, Johnny. You keep bringing us back to a point where there is a claim from you that light requires a medium to propagate through, but you have no idea how true this is. You have no evidence that you don't know what light is, number one.
But
number two, you certainly have made claims that it requires a medium when you don't have any evidence or proof of this. It's just you're starting with the pre-assumption that light requires a medium, and this medium must be
Johnny, please don't make me step in. Just let him get to the end of his piece. I will give you a fair crack each.
Yeah, okay.
You're starting, Johnny, with the pre-assumption that light requires a medium to propagate through, and then you're extrapolating out that this medium is called the ether, and then you're you're trying to come up with scenarios where light where all the air and everything is taken away like in a vacuum, but yet light still works through a vacuum. That means it has to be ether. You have no idea what light is to begin with, before to even make any claims about what it needs or doesn't need.
Oh, so I cannot call it ether. What can I call it then?
Unpredictable.
Do I have to ask you what I can call it? What is the light propagated through that's invisible? Oh, can you give me the list of the name propagating. I can use
on, Brian.
to call it? Give me a list. Okay, so if I cannot call it ether, okay, then give me some other name. Don't be angry.
Call what?
Yeah.
Ether.
The propagating possibilities of all kinds of light to go through.
Where is your evidence that light propagates through anything or needs to? That is the starting point. You're just jumping straight to delta X.
Logic. Nothing can go through something. Nothing.
Gas pressure gradients and ignoring gas pressure. You have to prove that what light is, and that it requires a medium to propagate through before you can start making claims about what that medium is.
Okay. We are in the same situation then. Nathan Oakley is talking about the second law of thermodynamics, but he says, I don't have to show any barrier. I don't have to see any ferment. I don't have to see any glow.
That's a different thing.
Because it's against the law. It's exactly the same answer I'm giving in this situation.
Johnny, you're getting triggered, Johnny.
He cannot show the barrier.
Shut up, Johnny.
You just
shut up.
He's just pointing it out of the second law of thermodynamics and how it works.
Gas pressure requires containment. What you're talking about, you can't prove.
You cannot send anything through nothing.
What? You don't know what light is, Johnny. You can't say what light is to say it needs anything. You're pre-assuming that it requires this medium to propagate through. And a medium requires physicality, John.
Think about it. We can talk about it later.
Johnny, a medium requires... If you're claiming a medium, then that should be something...
The same thing again and again.
You're now going to accuse us of circle jerking. Fine, we can talk about it later, as you put it. You yield. Fine. We'll change the subject then.
But you have to think about this issue first.
We will. I'm thinking about those unicorn wings that must be there all the time. I can't get them out of my head. Anyway, let's just yield and let's change the subject then. Tomorrow, did we have a video or something we wanted to cover? Hopefully not ether related.
I thought you were going to do Paulus tomorrow, or you don't want to do it because it's Coriolis?
I don't want to do it. I hate covering Coriolis.
Yeah, but you do it so well.
I don't care.
Nathan's scared of Coriolis. Nathan's scared of Coriolis.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with fear and everything to do with it being a horrible subject that's convoluted, that is difficult to explain and takes a long time. I don't know. I just don't like the subject. My main problem with the Coriolis subject is most people don't understand the base principle of two reference frames to make the claim. So when they get to the point that they start denying that we should see the effects of Coriolis, they don't appreciate that they're relinquishing their own claim in the first instance. So you have to spend an hour explaining that to somebody. And that's just boring. It gets on my nerves. It's irritating. I like things to be concise and clear and easy. Coriolis isn't, because of the lack of comprehension from our opponent's side about what it is in the first place. Two reference frames, one turning underneath the other. Most of them don't understand that, if not all of them.
Well, I found Nathan, myself, my own experience, whether this is of any use to you or not, I found the easiest way to go about it when you're dealing with a baller is bring them straight to where they require Coriolis within their claim. Within their paradigm, it is claimed that the stars only appear to rotate because we're actually rotating underneath them while they're stationary. And once you bring them to that, then after that, they say that's not matching exactly that is not Coriolis. It's that simple. And once they agree to that, which they have to, there's no way around it. They can't start bringing up other nonsense. You just bring them straight to what their paradigm and how it's claimed to happen in their paradigm, and why it is even claimed to be happening in their paradigm, or why it's even such a prominent claim within their within their paradigm. Once you bring them to that, after that, it becomes a lot simpler, because that they can't talk about airplanes being attached to the Earth via their globe via their atmosphere after that, because that has nothing to do with Coriolis. You just bring them straight back to the original paradigm claim about the stars. Bring them straight back to that. You just keep bringing them back to that. It makes it so much easier. That's been my experience. It's up to you how you handle it.
Hey, Brian, guys, you remember when I said a long time ago, when I said a long time ago, man needs to humble himself and understand that our minds, our intellect is finite, and some things we don't understand. Just humbly bow down and say, I don't know, I don't have the answers, and stop throwing up these conceptualized, imaginary, philosophical pseudo theories or whatever, and say it's because this and that, and or regurgitating or parroting some other egomaniac who don't know his butt from his elbow, who does the same thing centuries ago or decades ago. You know what I'm saying? And just say, I don't know. Because if you can't prove it, then stop claiming it. Stop standing on it. If you do that,
yeah, there's such power in saying I don't know, isn't there? There's so much power in saying that I don't know. It's just pure honesty. Nobody can point a finger at you. There's nothing to defend. Just I don't know. You're not hiding at them. Just honestly saying I don't know.
Brian, what's the sun, Brian?
I don't know. I don't know this.
What do you mean you don't know? You gotta tell me what the sun is.
Yeah, there you go. I don't know, and that's the end of that. The problem is we're dealing with so many people in the world who just won't say those three words.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Exactly.
Well, it's not a word, but.
And Brian, you know what's even worse? Not only will they not say that, but then they'll say, why? Like Neil say, why you don't know? Everybody else knows. They don't know, Jack.
No, my son will tell me, see, you can't give me answers for anything, and you expect me to listen to you? So in other words, they got the answers, but when you tell them those are not the answers, because nobody can prove what the sun is, then you're wrong.
Or Neil, when you ask them to prove what they say it is, they can't. So therefore, by default, it's not fact or truth. And then they get upset and say, but you want me to accept what you say. Yeah, we're providing facts, and that which we don't have facts, tangible facts or scientific facts or physics facts, we just bow down and say, you know what? No, we don't know. I mean, this is what's been said, but that doesn't mean it's accurate.
Yeah, all we could do is observe the sun. That's what I told my son.
There you go.
All we could do is observe it.
And feel the
Nobody
heat from
can
it.
tell us what it is.
And feel the heat from it. That's about it.
Right.
Something just happened there a moment ago when I was when I was just answering what Dee was saying. I said at the end, I said, there's such power in those three little words, I don't know. And then at the end, I had to say, although I isn't a word. Why am I saying I isn't a word? When it's obvious that it's not a word, and I'm not claiming it's a word, as in outright claiming it and arguing the point. I felt the need to say I isn't a word, because what the first thought came into my head is there's some baller in the chat going to go in the comments going, Brian's logic thinks I is a word. Because that has been, they've conditioned me over 9 years.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I've been.
I is not a word?
Well, I is, is it a word? Can I call it a word? I don't think you can call it a word. It's a reference. I don't know. Is it a word? I just thought it doesn't matter. Neil, the point is that whether it is if it's not a word, and I just say three little words, I don't know. they won't focus on that part, the important part. They'll, as Paula says, they'll major on the minors, and they'll focus on the I. Brian's logic thinks I is a word. Do you know what I mean? It's like, instead of focusing on the important part, which is about the I don't know part, and the power of that. So I'm conditioned after years and years and years of dealing with them to always be trying to cover in my tracks with these stupid little things, because otherwise I'm giving them ammunition to attack me with. It's so stupid that the whole debate is based around us just trying to speak about things and find the truth about things, and them wanting to pick us up on every stupid little thing that doesn't matter. You know what I mean? This is a constant with them. They want to pick up on anything you say as a flat earther, and as soon as it's a little bit wrong, even if they understand what you mean, if it's a little bit wrong, they want to use that to character assassinate you.
Right, like Nathan can't math because he made a mistake sometime a long time ago about something.
Yeah, I got caught with something years ago as well. There was Nathan, like, that's how many meters are in a kilometer, and Nathan just didn't know offhand straight away. He might have learned it before that, but right at that moment, he was like, he didn't know it was 1,000 straight off, right? If they had asked me that question at one time, I would have gone, it's the same way as if you ask how many feet are in a mile. A lot of people won't know how many feet are in a mile. I know, but that doesn't mean I should hold someone over a barrel just because they don't know. I was asked as a question, a sidebar question, while trying to answer 4 or 5 other questions one day on this, years ago on someone's show, where there was all a load of ballers there. I was asked by this, I can't remember her name now, she was a female baller, how many degrees in a circle? And because I was trying to answer 4 other questions in my head, it took me a moment to say 360. Do you know what I mean? Because that's all they wanted to focus on. But they want to ask you, it's like they're more interested in focusing on that nonsense as a way of character assassinating you. Something like, it was like the kind of stupid things that anyone can get caught with, on the hop. It can happen to you, stupid stuff. But they want to focus on that, and that's why I had to put in at the end, although I is not a word. Why do they feel the need to put that in? It's not for the flat earth community. It's because of our opposition, because that's all they're going to focus on. If you don't put that in there, they'll ignore the other part and focus in on that.
Yeah, but that's what you do when you don't have anything, Brian. They don't have anything, so they have to focus in on the minors, because we have all the majors.
Well, I've said it for years and years and years. The biggest weapon they ever had against us, and it's the weapon they continually use, and it's what worked for them the best throughout history, is character assassination.
Character assassination. Who did do that to? That old-time flat earther, right? What was his name? Robotham, right? They character assassinated him too.
All of them. Even Charles K. Johnson, who only passed away in 2001. That's not that long ago. That's just over 2 decades ago. Even him, they character assassinate him. The guy I was playing earlier, that Lower Lodge guy, he character assassinated him. Do you know what I mean? Tried to belittle what the man did. Why does he feel the need to do that? Why not just address what the guy actually did? Why do you feel the need to belittle the person, even after the person dies? I don't feel the need to belittle and character assassinate George Nechuk. Do you know what I mean? I don't feel any. The thought doesn't even come into my head. I don't feel the need to do it. If I say something, it'll be pure truth, nothing else. Do you know what I mean? I won't feel the need to do any other stupid, small-minded nonsense. But they do. And that's all they ever have done. And that's what really I think we really have to focus on, is how all they have is, or how they go about winning this argument is through character assassination. I mean, if stupid people out there like Jaron Campanella and Bob, right? I don't care if the man is dead, it's true, right? Making stupid claims, doing stupid things on Netflix documentaries, right? Handing them bazookas to blow us up with. I mean, just making their job easier.
He's about to do it again too with the Lite. I mean, with the 24-hour sun.
You know what I think, though? You guys can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
What do you think, Lars?
I think that there's no escaping that. I think that I think that what it is we wait for God's next instruction because he brought us here. All we're doing is exposing information.
Yeah, I have to say
for me to go, hey,
relax, Johnny.
This says this. You guys seeing this? What the fuck? All this extra shit. It's like you can't even be regular when the conversation comes up.
Exactly.
It's like there's no you can't. There's nothing you can do about it. I don't think.
I know.
Well, Eli,
you say that. Okay, I understand your message, but I will give a response now, and also response to what Brian or John or whatsoever they are talking. Fine. Yeah, I agree with them, but you have to understand you are quite arrogant. You are arrogant personalities, and people understand you as arrogant.
No, that's an ad
and you
hoc,
have
Johnny.
to change.
Hold on, Johnny. You call us arrogant?
You're ad hoc there.
You come in with this stupid shit about ether, and you call us arrogant? You made a fool of yourself with this ether, and you're calling us arrogant because we want you to validate something that you claim. Nathan tried to take you to shut up, Johnny. Nathan tried to take you to the scientific method. You skirted all around with that, and now you're going to call us arrogant? Come on.
Johnny, the ether, we stopped talking about ether 10 minutes ago, Johnny. That topic is over. You're trying to rehash the topic and ad homos. That's completely unfair. No, that topic is over. We stopped talking about that. We moved on.
Explain.
We moved on, Johnny.
Okay,
that
what I'm talking about is nobody is perfect. And Brian, you are absolutely not perfect. I'm just telling you.
Did I claim to be perfect? Did I claim I was perfect, Johnny?
What
I
claim, Brian,
for the rehash ether. That has nothing to do with anything. I don't care.
We are living in a world, and we are together as a family here, and we have ability to, and we are using different methods to go through. For you, maybe it's fucking silly things. Yeah, maybe you're right, but you have to be. You have to stay on the Brahms. You have to stay on the Brahms on your arrogant and
I don't have to do anything, Johnny.
What the hell are you talking about, Johnny? What were you saying, Eli?
I'm talking about you have to be humble. You cannot talk in this way if you're on the highest level on this discussion. Then you have to be humble because it will make too much rings on the water if you are not humble.
When I'm wrong, I admit.
Yeah, I think Brian.
That's all I need to do.
Brian's always humble. Brian, you're always
humble.
humble. I think Brian is always humble and nice to everybody.
I try my best if I'm wrong and I'm shown to be wrong to admit it. I admit when I'm wrong. That's what you have. If you're wrong, you just admit it. That's what humble is. Just accept it.
I'm not talking about wrong. You can be right, but you're bringing the messages through the ether.
This is a personal attack. Way. This is not about the argument.
So you're not getting a straight signal connection.
Johnny, we gave you ample time. We tried to bring it to the scientific method. We gave you time and you failed. And you still want to keep bringing it up. It's a nonsense. We've proved it to be a nonsense. And I'll be arrogant. I will continue to be arrogant when it comes to ether. All right? Because it's nothing. It cannot be validated. It's freaking fantasy land. And that's not what we're about here.
It's not a good way to go through. You are blaming on people. Maybe that's on your side. And instead for work with them and to grow with them, you go to attack. You are attacking. You're like a fucking Israel. You are behaving like an Israel.
Neil, if ether was real, nobody would need to hold it as just a belief, would they? If ether was real, you wouldn't need to hold it as just a belief.
Exactly.
Yet everyone
We'd be right
holds it,
behind you.
anyone who subscribes to it holds it purely as a belief. So it's not real. If it was real,
I'm not talking about who is wrong or right. I'm talking about behavior and the right way to do it. That's all.
Well, how do you overcome stupidity and bigotry?
You cannot be stupid then yourself.
By
Then you're
pointing
not
out the
better than the people you are talking to.
Well, Johnny's not
What you're
pointing
trying
out
to
the
teach.
truth. Johnny's not pointing out the truth when he's talking about like
I know.
ether. He's
I'm
just
talking about behavior
he's just
on the
making
method.
up a scenario. That's like very different than.
I'm talking about the method and not use arrogance and hypocrisy either. Just be real all the way through. If you're not able to do
Johnny,
that,
you're
you
not
lose.
being. This is projection. You're the one who's not being real. Because you're the one who's promoting something that's purely a belief you have no evidence for in the 3D reality we live in, yet you're looking for us to accept it as some kind of reality. No, you're the one who's not being real. You're the one who's not being willing to be humble because you keep pushing something instead of us admitting and accepting that what you're trying to push is void of evidence. This is you, not us.
Basically,
I am using reasonably and logic.
If someone said, I believe that ether this, or I believe that this is because of ether, that would be more respected than to say ether is, or ether does that.
Talking about cause and effect, and I'm reading through it, and I'm seeing it, and I'm making a logic reasonable.
You have no cause and effect for ether. Stop trying to science it.
Believe. That's not belief.
You don't have a cause and effect. Nathan tried to bring you through it, and you could not get it through the scientific method.
No, he talk over me all the time. In that time,
oh, get the hell out of here, Johnny!
I have.
You're really pissing me off now.
No swearing.
I didn't swear. I said you're pissing me off.
Taking out all the materia. I'm taking out everything, but the light is not visible anymore. But it's propagating. What is it propagating through? Something, right? Therefore, I'm right on, and that is absolutely legitimate scientific method as an experiment, because I am manipulating it. I'm taking out this and this and that.
What are you manipulating? You're not manipulating the ether, Johnny.
Let the light disappear. I am right. It's about absolutely 100% scientific methods and experiment that I'm talking about.
No, you were brought through that by Nathan, and you were shown to have zero validity for even the formation of a scientific hypothesis. Never mind the test of that hypothesis.
The hypothesis is a light going
formulated.
Because one half your hypothesis needs to be ether. Something that you get to prove. It's like half the hypothesis being gravity.
You can see the light.
Who proved that?
You can see the light. Take the material from the light and everything that you can take away from it, and the light will be invisible. That's is
take away from what?
That is the experiment.
That is not proving your ether. That is confirmation bias. That's what that is at best.
It's not question about the cause of the light. It's the cause how the light propagates through the media.
Yeah, you're begging the question that the light is propagating through something. Your whole premise starts with a begging the question fallacy. Every part of your ether premise starts with that. You're starting off with a begging the question fallacy, and you're trying to say it's logical. It's not. It's literally defined as illogical, Johnny. It's defined as the opposite from logic.
You're a denial. You're in denial situation.
Absolutely, I am. I totally deny the existence of ether because nobody can support it as existing.
You're in denial.
Of course.
You are like a globetrot now. Your behavior is just like a globetrot behavior.
Hold on, Johnny. What was the observed phenomenon in nature anyway?
Now.
Yeah, but why? I still. What was the naturally observed phenomenon anyway? Just amuse me. What was that anyway? Did he ever get to that? Because I had a terrible connection.
Light.
And I have a hard time hearing it.
It was the sunlight. It was the sunlight of the flashlight.
Light going through the
lighting up.
medium. Then I take everything from the medium, all the material, all the particles or whatsoever you will call it, and you will not see the light. But you will see the light go out of the closed medium, the vacuum that you make inside this medium. That proves a light needs medium.
No, it doesn't,
to be
Johnny.
visible.
That proves that there's nothing inside that light up. It doesn't prove that the light requires a medium.
Let me finish my sentence, please.
Are you studying light or ether?
What this is, Neil, is Johnny earlier on got his ass handed to him with his nonsense claims, and he wasn't happy when Nathan said, let's drop that, it's over. He wasn't happy because Johnny has a belief.
You know what Johnny's studying, Brian? I just listened to his claim. What he appears to be studying is dust. That's the thing that's causing the reflections in the chamber before you evacuate it, because within the air there'll be little bits of particles, yeah, for light to reflect off. So when you evacuate
Johnny,
a chamber,
what is the Johnny? What? Sorry, Adam.
Yeah, so when you evacuate the chamber, there's nothing there, is there? So there's no impedance of the particles as they travel through the vacuum. That's if I take a baseball and throw it through a vacuum, it'll still go through the vacuum, won't it? Yeah? And that's what the phenomena you're claiming of seeing the light in the chamber is literally just light reflecting off particles as it traverses. So it appears.
Okay. You're talking about solid. You're talking about solid object, and we are talking about propagation of light. Light and it's not solid. You are false. It's so fucking false. That is a solid.
A little bit of dust. A little bit of dust. A little bit of dust.
What was the independent variable anyway?
Look, if dust, then light reflection. No dust, no light reflection.
No.
But we're supposed to be studying ether.
Solid object and light is not the same thing. It doesn't have the same properties. The same properties.
Can I ask you a question, Johnny?
Don't need a metaphysical fourth dimension. Just need a bit of dust.
Can I ask you a question, Johnny? Who is the first knowledge source behind all your story? Who is the name of the guy, and why he didn't get the Nobel Prize?
Yeah, maybe it's Johnny B.
No, I'm asking you, who is the name? Which name is behind ether? It must be one name. It must be first source. It must be person who proved that first one. And I hope so that he gets the Nobel Prize, because that is the things for getting Nobel Prize, I'm sure.
No, it's no sector.
Is it that some kind of speaking that mean there is a light? Can you give me a name and the year? And
I am not talking about anything else. I'm just talking about. I'm talking with you about logic, and I'm activating your brain to think for yourself.
Is it there a name behind that?
You need a priest. You need a priest.
There is no priest. Okay, great. Good.
You need the name of some priest.
Good. It's all right, man. Relax now. It's all right. I'm not angry. It's all right.
It's
all right, man. It's all right with ether. I want to ask you a second question.
Use your logic.
It's all right, man. You answer me. It's all right.
I will not answer.
It's all right. Can you relax now? It's all right, man.
Never.
Can you relax? Okay. It's all right. Second question.
I'm sick and tired of so stupid fucking question.
Johnny, we're going to have to remove you because you're just now rumpusing everyone and swearing. You're becoming intolerable.
Yeah, but
it's not appropriate. I've got my kid in the room.
Why my question?
Everyone shut up. I've got my kid in the room and you're swearing like a sailor. Don't do it or I'll have to remove you.
Yeah, okay. I was getting heated, too much heated. But I'm sick and tired of this. Using authorities and they say,
can I go with my question?
I am the name. I am talking
Right, he
about
won't let you.
brain.
No, Johnny,
Right.
I've just given you one warning. This will be the last. That doesn't mean ensue with an incessant stream of non-stop muttering and rumblings until someone else talks, then increase your volume by 2x. No, it means please stop talking for a little bit. You've non-stop talked for about the last straight 20 minutes through absolutely everything anybody's got to say. Now, if you do it again, I'm just going to ask the mods in the server. If he does it one more time, just
maybe I have to
remove him.
relax.
Right, that's it. Remove him. Remove him. Ruining my show, Johnny.
The guy had a follow-up question, and he wouldn't let it go through.
Well, I think Adam bringing up dust now was the Johnny started the wheels started coming off the cart at that point.
Yeah, that's the trigger, right?
Yeah, because that was the thing. Johnny was talking about how when there's nothing there, the light still goes through. Like you can see a laser beam at the opposite side of the chamber. And what I was going to add to what Adam said is that I can use a pen light, you know, the little laser pens that you would put on a keyring. I can use one of them, and you will be able to see it, Neil, 50 feet away, but nobody will be able to see the beam going from where I am to you. That's the same thing, but there's no vacuum. You know what I mean? There's no vacuum involved. You know, because it comes there. I could do the same thing and show the same thing across a vacuum chamber with a pen laser, with or without air. It would show exactly the same on the opposite wall. That's not much. What the hell is that? It's terrible. Like his whole argument is terrible. Adam, when you brought up dust, the wheel started.
Said the study of dust.
Yeah, well, I think it was Unitox Memo. Was that what Unitox Memo was questioning him there? Sasha?
My second question, I want to ask. I will say second question. Second question would be about gravity. What are you flat earther, Johnny? He will say yes. Okay. What do you think about gravity? Oh, gravity, pseudoscience. Gravity never proven. You know. Oh, really? Now gravity is never proven. You know, we will fight about that. But ether is proven. You know, ether is proven in the same way like gravity.
Exactly, Sasha. It's hypocritical. That's the problem with all this, with ether and dielectric acceleration. It's purely hypocritical because you spend years giving out to the ballers, but when it comes to your own beliefs, no, it's okay for them to not have any validity.
Even I will give, for example, the Globers will have the name. They will say Newton and Einstein. In ether, what we will say, Nikola Tesla maybe, and Nikola Tesla has nothing, he didn't say nothing about that, let's say, or he had something, but conclusion was, there was not conclusion Nikola Tesla discovered ether, because we will learn that in school. Nikola Tesla is from fucking Croatia.
Yeah, ether, the actual ether started with Christian Huygens. Or Huygens, whatever is the correct Dutch way to... He invented the ether. He invented it. They talk about a different ether from old times, Greek times. That's different from what's being claimed here. Christian Huygens invented the ether that they are talking about.
If he wants to call ether this air together with the magnetism, with the oxygen, with all that things, if he wants to call that ether, I don't know. Okay, but I can call that soup. It's the same. I can call that whatever.
The purpose of Huygens or whatever, creating this medium, the luminiferous ether, was because at that point they believed light to be a wave, and if it was a wave, it had to have a medium for propagation. There is no need for this nonsense story, is there? Because it's been demonstrated it's particle, so it can traverse through a vacuum without the need of a medium because it isn't a wave. That was the purpose of Huygens initially, I think, and lots of others invoking it for the propagation of light as a wave.
Yeah, he wanted to describe how the planets move through a heliocentric sky, wasn't he? the luminaries. It was based around that as well, wasn't it? How they move, or what causes them to move, or how they what do they move through, kind of thing. Because as you said, they believed that light was a wave back then, and that was that was a big part of it. Because he wanted to. He was told. I just remember this as a secondary point that it was to do with how the planets move through a heliocentric sky, or the luminaries in some.
And why
some
don't
fashion.
they? And why ain't they seeing that?
Because light was shown to not be a wave by quantum mechanics. So now you have ether, part 3 going on here at the moment with people like Johnny and with this, you know what I mean?
Terrence Howard.
Yeah.
Why do you think that the because the conversation kind of evolved, right? And it evolved from, well, it's not really science to, well, actually, when we talk about quantum mechanics and we talk about particular double slit experiments with the actual IV-DV relationship, they want to say, well, that's pseudoscience because light is a wave, because ether.
That's a pretty good summary.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but then you have Johnny saying he put it through the scientific method, and Nathan just rumpused him. What a joke!
Look, this is his idea of the scientific method. When you take air out of a vacuum, there's nothing for light to propagate, but their energy is there. Because he's saying you can't see the light, but there's something there that we're reading, and that must be the ether. But how could the ether be the thing that you're reading and at the same time be the medium that the ether that you're detecting is propagating through? Makes no sense.
Well, when I asked him earlier, this is a question I asked Witzes as well. Is the ether 3-dimensional or 4-dimensional? Because if he says it's 4-dimensional, then it's outside of our realm of understanding or manipulation or anything else. So it's purely a belief, spiritual belief at that point. If it's 3-dimensional, then how come we can't see it, detect it, measure it? You know what I mean? They want it to be somewhere in a vague position between 3 and 4 dimensions, where it is part of our 3 dimensions, but it's more of a 4th-dimensional kind of a thing. It's this big vague. They can't state either way. Which had admitted he admitted to me back in 2022 that it was a 4th-dimensional belief. Now we have since gone back on that. Like, it can't be in the 4th dimension and the 3rd, and in 4 dimensions and 3 dimensions. What I mean is that if it's in 3 dimensions, we have to be able to experience it. We have to be able to measure it, detect it, all this kind of stuff. Like we can with electricity and all these other things.
Okay.
But if it's in 4th, if it's said to be in a 4th dimension, come on.
Brian.
Go on, Johnny.
Shape, that is what I'm talking about. It's not about talking about the 4th dimension in that state that you might think it is. I'm just saying something has to hold the 3 dimension to the 3 dimension shape. What is holding it?
God, maybe,
something
Johnny.
falling down.
I mean,
Something's
you're
falling
just
down,
pre-assuming.
Johnny, because things falling down because of gravity.
No, I'm not talking about that. That has nothing to do with.
Do you think that gravity doesn't exist?
Gravity is just from Latino weight.
Is it gravity ever proven?
No, it's not proven like in the globe
But
theorem.
ether,
It is,
but ether is proven, gravity not.
ether and gravity has nothing to do with each other.
No, I'm asking
Absolutely
only these two questions. Gravity is not proven, but ether is proven. Is that correct?
Ether is just like the same, like Nathan Oakley is talking about the second law of thermodynamics. Then it has to be. It's about logic. It's about law. It's about law of physics.
Okay, you are telling me that you are telling me that observing that the high pressure is going to low pressure, but you can observe with the boiling
Just
water, is the same like observing ether.
Just like Nathan Oakley is talking about, it has to be some barrier, but I don't know what it is. It's nothing I can point out, nothing I can prove, but it has to be.
Yeah, because of a demonstration of the gas pressure with the container. You can demonstrate.
Is he doing it again?
And that is I am in the same state with my ether because
Can
you cannot propagate something through nothing.
No, it's not, Johnny.
That is exactly the same statement. If you don't understand that, then you are illiterate, then you are stupid. You are
if you don't understand gravity, if you don't understand gravity and the diamond's rains on
I'm not talking about gravity. Why are you talking about gravity?
I'm telling you this. I'm telling you this. If you don't understand the heliocentric model, you are stupid. You know, if you don't understand gravity and Einstein, if you don't understand rotation and the geometry of this sphere, you are stupid, man.
Whoa.
Well, yeah, you are telling me the same thing, but only
I
from the.
understand gravity is just a concept that has nothing
Yeah,
to
the
do
ether
with
is also
anything with
concept, my
reality.
man. The ether is the same thing, the concept.
Yeah, but do you know maybe he take the concept from something else?
Yeah, can you tell me why one concept is it's ridiculous, another concept it's so obvious and factual.
Don't give him a concept.
Some
Ether's not a concept. It's a
factuality
nothing.
from the reality, factuality from the reality that you guys don't know about.
Oh,
That is something.
Okay.
And
Good.
ether is maybe
you see,
one thing of it.
Good. I cannot change your belief.
You cannot send anything through nothing. If you don't understand that, how often do I have to tell you that? You cannot send something through nothing. Do you
It's
understand
like something, Johnny. It's like something. It's like tangible.
How can you send something through nothing?
Is light tangible, Johnny? Is light tangible?
Answer my question. I
am directly addressing your question.
Don't hand
I'm
wave
addressing your question. That's why I'm asking you.
Don't start talking about something else. Answer the fucking question.
Tangible, Johnny.
How can you send something through nothing?
I'm directly addressing it. Is light tangible? No answer. Yeah, because that's the hill you die on, Johnny. Exactly. Light is not tangible, Johnny. It's physical. It can interact with you, but it's not tangible.
He's not interacting with you because
so it doesn't
he's
require
not
a medium.
listening. Hold on. Someone's having to server mute him because he's just ranting straight through you when you're trying to address him.
Good.
Yeah.
It's about time.
But that's the point. He's claiming it requires a medium. Well, light would have to be tangible to require a medium. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And I'm getting a little tired of him comparing it to the antecedent of containment.
Yeah, that's a lot of nonsense. He's just begging the question and trying to say that's the same as an antecedent. It's not.
His antecedent.
What I
is
heard
done.
is, what I heard him saying is, if vacuum, then light.
Oh, he's proven ether. What is he telling me about light when he's supposed to be showing me what ether is?
Yeah, but when I ask him, is light tangible? He claims I'm ignoring his question. I'm directly addressing his claim. He's claiming nothing can't move, something can't move through nothing. This is what he's claiming. Well, that's a lot of rubbish. I can drive a car through a vacuum chamber. That's something moving through nothing. Do you know what I mean? I can send a toy car through a vacuum chamber because I can. You know what I mean? I can. You can move things through a vacuum chamber. So yeah, if you want to call it a vacuum nothing, yeah, you can move things through nothing. That is possible. So that's the debunk of his claim immediately, right there. But he's claiming that light requires a medium. That means that light would have to be tangible. Water is tangible, for instance. Light is not tangible. It's physical.
I understand.
But it's not tangible.
I understand everything you're saying, but I don't know why he's telling me about light when he's supposed to be proving ether.
Because he has to hijack light, the very thing he's accusing other people of doing, hijacking ether. He's hijacking light and electricity and magnetism and all these other things that we don't. All they're doing is hijacking the things that we know least about, and then claiming to know the answers concerning them with the word ether. That's all any of them are doing. They're hijacking the unknown, because that's what light is unknown. I don't know anyone can actually tell me what light is. I know how they can describe it and how it interacts with things, but nobody can actually tell me what it is. If you know what I mean? Like, you can't, like, you can go, okay, water is made of this, that, and the other thing. Water, you know what I mean? But you can't do that with light or electricity or magnetism. It's especially light. It's outside. Nobody knows what it is. Yet you have people like Johnny trying to hijack it, hijack the fact that nobody knows what this thing is, and trying to tell you what it requires.
Yeah, and we're being arrogant. I'm telling you, I'm getting a little annoyed with this. It's very irritating now because it's pseudoscience.
Well, is it not equivalent, right? And even this is even not bizarre enough to be equivalent to it. But is it not equivalent to me stating to you, Neil, that Bigfoot requires XYZ, right, for it to go to the toilet or something like that? Isn't that, I know about as much about Bigfoot as I do about, or as much about light as I do about Bigfoot. Do you know what I mean? It's like, how can I tell you what Bigfoot requires when I don't even know what Bigfoot is? If you know what I mean? As far as, if it's, Bigfoot, what's that? How can I tell you what Bigfoot needs when I can't show you Bigfoot? I can't tell you. I can't give you the anatomy of Bigfoot. I can't do it.
Right. Well, Bigfoot needs a cave.
Obviously, he only has 1 foot.
It needs rocks to throw. But what's Bigfoot?
Obviously, only has 1 foot.
Has to be Bigfoot. There's a cave there.
He's not called Big Feet. He's called Bigfoot.
Or
I guess
use
he's a
the
hopper.
example of ghosts, for instance, because light to me is as bizarre and as mysterious as ghosts, if you want to go down that road. I mean, what light to me is nearly paranormal. You know what I mean? To me, it nearly is, because it's I can't nail it down. It's completely unpredictable. Like, every time I think I have a handle on what it's doing, what it is, I have no handle on it. But these people are trying to hijack that. They're trying to hijack the unknown parts about life, and then start talking to you as if they're an expert on what it requires and what it needs, and which it will even tell you where light is coming from. It's being manifested out of the ether. That is what he'll tell you. Johnny is only one step away from that.
Yeah, it's getting quite annoying.
So is our only choice constant fundy muting and rumpusing from Johnny, or nothing?
Well, the problem is we were having a conversation, and Johnny came back in with his. I mean, Johnny's at our hijacking the whole situation twice. First, we're watching a video, then we're having a conversation, and Johnny twice has hijacked the whole situation to make his claims.
Hey, so Ryan, have a good day.
You're off mute, Neil.
Sorry.
Like I said, I wasn't being sarcastic or flippant. I analysed what Johnny's foundation for his formation of ether, what his observations were. And he pointed out that when he can see bits of light or the light traversing the chamber, when he just shines it through and there's air in there. When he puts a vacuum in, he can't see anything until it gets to the other side. And respectfully, if he wanted to cause and affect that, the way he could do that is with dust. He could make the light more intense on the journey as his visual thing by putting more dust in, more reflections, the more of the light he'll see, getting its journey impeded. But of course, when there is no impedance of the journey, there's nothing to reflect back. That's what Johnny's describing, and the foundation for his support and belief in his ether.
The study of dust. That was funny.
It's not funny. That's fundamentally the underlying phenomena.
That's true. Absolutely,
I know.
Yeah. The underlying phenomena.
No, the way
dust.
you laid it out, you're right. It did get him triggered, though.
Well, regardless of how right you are, I think the way you talk about it and the arrogant attitude that you take while you do it should definitely be the focus.
You're right.
Yeah,
Unicorn.
he got that back in there. Sorry, Adam.
I was only being flippant.
He worked that back in there. That was slick how he did that. He worked it back in there, called us arrogant just to get back on the nonsense topic that he can't prove. I personally see it as chanting. It's his opportunity to chant.
He always seems to go there. I don't know why he always wants to go to chanting about ether at the end of every single discussion. If it ever comes up, he wants to get involved and get chanting about it.
But did you see the way he laid down celestial navigation and the circles of equal altitude? Beautiful. Beautiful. You can give him a kiss. And then you want to smack him.
These people want to sell an idea to the world. The idea is that they have information and knowledge. The hidden information, the hidden knowledge. They've hid the ether. No, this kind of rubbish. No, they didn't. There's nothing to hide. It doesn't exist. If it existed, then we would have found it. It doesn't exist for it to be hidden.
You conspirator. Maybe it does exist and they have hidden it.
Just like they hid God. Well, that's what Terrence Howard said. Well, I don't know if he said Einstein was hiding the ether. I think he said he left it out. Or he removed
Which he didn't. He didn't.
I know.
Einstein didn't do that.
That Terrence Howard guy, he's made some ripples, hasn't he, with his bullshit? My brother-in-law at the weekend even asked me about it. He said, what do you think of this? So I kind of went for it a bit. It's just, nonsense. It's just new age nonsense. But it's interesting the way people are reacting to it. Like mainstream, like I say normies that aren't into any conspiracy stuff are picking up on it and questioning its validity, whether it could be true. This is the whole thing with ether, yeah? you just do ramble shit long enough and confidently enough, those who've got no idea will take it on board as a plausibility. When you don't believe in anything anymore, you'll believe in a oat. Yeah.
Wow. But you know, with that Terrence Howard, hold on, but I think with that Terrence Howard, people are latching on to that because he's kind of debunking gravity. So, like, a lot of people are latching on to that. Look, he's debunked gravity.
It does not debunk. I think it's actually a way of attacking flat Earth eventually, because it's going to be seen in the public eye, even though Terrence Howard is not a flat earther. It's very likely going to be seen as a flat earther belief, right? Because they're not going to hear us; they're going to hear Whitsitt. You know what I mean? And David Weiss. That's what you know what I mean. And Jaron Campanella. They're not going to hear us. They're going to hear all those people who are pumping that rubbish. And they're the people that YouTube, of all the flat earth community, isn't it funny that people who are promoting that rubbish are getting the most promotion from YouTube? And it is true. That is actually happening. Why? Because that's how they're going to kill flat earth. Or they're going to try to kill flat earth with it. Because they're going to show it to be wrong. And what are they going to debunk it with? Gravity. You know what I mean? They're going to debunk it with gravity, or some form of gravity, whether it be general relativity, quantum gravity. They're going to show it to be wrong. And then the flat earthers will just be all wrong, even though we are completely against it. We're flat earthers, and ether has nothing to do with flat earth. That's what I reckon is likely to be on down the road.
Maybe.
Or what I said yesterday, where someone like Terrence Howard will debate Whitsitt, globe versus flat, and at the end of it, nobody will win, but they'll both agree that ether is real. So, you know what I mean? Ether suddenly becomes the new thing then. It's not for nothing. There's no way this actor, Terrence Howard, is turning up on Joe Rogan's randomly with this stuff. This is not for nothing. And I don't need to be a conspiracy theorist to come to that conclusion.
You mean 1 times 1 is not 2?
Should be, otherwise, what would be the point of 1? Logic, that was like.
That was hilarious.
I was doing a bit more like Masonic reading the other day, and that Flower of Life popped up, which is interesting because it's you think of it's more like sort of Eastern Hindu-y type, kind of Buddhist mandala drawings. But they were saying, and it's interesting because it's Masonic, and that's what I think that the dude is. Hence why he's using this. This is the point of squaring the circle. So you can't just draw a square on the ground. It's virtually impossible to get the corners right. The way you do it is to draw the flower of life, and when you do so, you can then draw your square because all your sides are equal. So that's what squaring the circle was in this claim. I've heard various ones, but I've not heard that one before. Because it's squaring the circle, so you draw circles to get your square.
Yeah, but Adam, it can't have anything to do with flat, because they're all circles.
Fundamental, you're doing this on a plane.
What a genius.
His best joke to me was when he said he's going to stop acting. Only an actor would say, "I'm done acting," when I'm finishing what I have at hands, and from that moment on, I'm going to dedicate myself to pseudoscience. I mean, science. A joke.
The world has never been more false than it is today. And it's becoming more and more false as the days go on. YouTube is a great example. And TikTok and stuff. The amount of people that are out there promoting things that are false. I saw this couple who supposedly were traveling around in a boat. And the amount of things they had on hand, including Wi-Fi, right? Traveling around this boat down around the coast of Africa or whatever it was. The amount of things they had when they needed them. And the amount of setup they had going on, right, was so ridiculous for the little boat they had. To have all those things going on, you'd at least need to have a big yacht. But I read through the comments of this video. And everyone was saying, "I love you, you're the greatest. Oh, your channel is my favorite," all this other rubbish. It's like, they're just liars. They're not out there on a small boat traveling around for whatever, 80 days. They're not doing that out in the middle of nowhere, remote islands and all this. They're not doing any of these things. They're there, but they're going back home in the evening time or back to the hotel. But people just believe that this couple are out there for 100 days or whatever it is. Traveling around, seeing sharks and different things. Look, a manta ray. And then they're catching their dinner. And, it's like there's absolutely no way that these two people are stuck together for that length of time and the two of them are totally happy. It's just not going to happen. Like, they have internet, they're uploading to YouTube. Where are they doing all this?
This guy, Lawrence Howard, is the next step, the way I see it, is the next step of William Shatner, the guy from Star Trek, where he says there is no difference between science and science fiction. Yeah. So this guy is a Hollywood actor. He knows they deal with science fiction all the time. So he knows that he's surrounded by pseudoscience, and now he's going to start spewing different type of acting, but still spewing nonsense and fiction to the people.
And he made sure that he got that in there. That that's when they thought the world was flat. Made sure that got in there, right?
That never sounded like he was a flat earther, though. That's like he kept saying that like it was derogatory. Whether or he said it was real. Yeah, it was weird.
Yeah, the way he said it, like, in other words, well, back then, because they thought the earth was flat. People know what's going on. They know this conversation is happening everywhere. That sucker was planted in there. I don't care what you say.
Yeah, obviously, they need to have new faces in the scene, new, Neil deGrasse's, They need to have new people spewing different nonsense to be more polemic, so people can talk about it. Nothing to see here.
There is a fly in my car, and in 1 minute I'm going to go to war with this son of a gun.
Take him out, Neil.
I usually have great success, but this fly, I cannot get him.
Have you not got your salt shotgun?
Not in the car, and that broke. So I got to get another one, because the one I showed you guys is done.
You should do a hard break. You'll see the fly will smash against the window.
But I told you we're all alone here. It's just us.
Contradiction in terms.
Found it, didn't it? That was...
We are all alone here.
Well, how can I rephrase that? That would make sense.
Have we got
There's
enough
nobody behind us.
here?
It's just us. What?
Have we got enough consensus to make it true?
Well, we see it every day. Come on.
It's not what I said. I'm pointing out it doesn't matter how few of us there are. Yeah, we're not wrong, are we? So,
Oh, no, not at all. Because we stick to what we could validate, right? That's why we're getting so annoyed with Johnny.
it is weird, isn't it? That abandonment of your standards.
Well, there's always a 50-50 chance. Either you're right or you're wrong.
Are there, and how do you come to those odds? Yeah?
I guess they're very good odds.
Yeah, very generous. You must know something about ether. I don't. What odds would you give a horse in a race that didn't really have a name? You couldn't see it, and you couldn't see where it come. You couldn't see the effects of it. If somebody claimed it had won. What odds could you give that horse?
I don't know, man.
Well, probabilities, aren't there? They're based on reality. The probability of something happening. Now, if you've got no evidence of something, then the probability you're going to give it is zero, isn't it? So 50-50, I think, is, like I say, redonkulously generous. You'd be a crap bookie.
Yeah, I agree.
Or a bookie with a constant appeal to the future fallacy. So you didn't have to pay out.
Nathan's playing his games, I guess.
Probably, yeah.
You have a crystal ball by any chance, Neil?
No, no crystal balls.
Tarot cards? I see. You just read minds. Okay.
No tarots.
No, it's
Just
based on
incredible
probability.
discernment.
Previous experience. Either making a coffee, kids are going mental, or he is playing Fortnite.
No, if he was making a coffee, you'd hear a racket. You'd hear a lot of banging going on.
Some people will call it a prediction.
Yeah. But again,
Neil.
you'd base that on experience, wouldn't you? You don't predict something you've never experienced, couldn't experience. State you couldn't experience it because it's outside of your dimension. You wouldn't predict that. That would just be foolish. He is probably
it's just the
milking
word
uni.
itself. It's the word itself, you know. Sometimes it's the choice of words that we choose. Doesn't go along.
Yeah, I was playing Fortnite.
Ah, there you go. I knew a little bit of silence would pull you out. Fortnite. See? Well done, Neil. Coffee, they're coming in between and said, keep talking, I'm making the coffee. But Fortnite, it will stay silent because they're concentrating. With a quick Fortnite, I take it
Collect your bets.
Well, I've got to run for a minute because I need a glass of wine. So I better come back and you've gone.
Did you watch Brian's presentation today?
No. Look, work cleaning up. So what was it on, Brian?
It was about how I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I'm none the wiser.
It was about how GPS, what I claim of how GPS actually works, and I've shown a workable solution.
How do you think about Starlink?
Don't really know nothing about it. I never really gave it any thought. Never looked into it. To be honest.
I got no issues in needing satellites for GPS. Yeah.
You have no issues.
Can I just say that with Starlink, the absolute data is. I live in rural France, and I've got to admit the speed is so good. So for connection issues, it's awesome.
There you go. I saw somebody in an aeroplane using it on the phone. But then I've also seen the Chinese floating over America. So
what I'd say about it is, isn't it funny that Starlink came out at the same time as 5G became a thing? You know what I mean? It's like, it's like it seems a bit. We have 5G and Starlink. So which one of them is giving us better speeds? You know what I mean? Which one of them can we tangibly prove exists? I don't know.
So I don't have a problem with any of it. Like I say, we're now so far ahead technology-wise that I don't have a problem with things being held up at very high altitudes, so that you've got two planes. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I could describe how it's possible to do that, like how they can keep a high altitude balloon at the same altitude, and there's more to it than just that. That's not a problem. They can totally do these things.
Right,
I mean, how long?
I was going to say we're going to get to it another time because I'm going to round out on that now. I'm really sorry. With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams. Hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, hitting me up on Ko-Fi and PayPal and all that good stuff. Did I already thank the G Plus and Discord panel? I think I did, but another massive thank you to them for making today's after show possible. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.